And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Doubling up. Roger, roll, Atlantic.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Fighting downside FD off. Bring in FD off. It's orange! 145!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
The methane would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You dead? Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world. Welcome to another NSF live stream. You are looking at booster 1080 on pad 39A at Kennedy Space Center, and today we are awaiting the launch of Axiom-2, which will be the second private mission to the International Space Station. I'm Jack Beyer, content manager for NASASpaceflight, here to host the stream, but it's not just going to be me talking, thankfully, mercifully for you all. I'm also joined by our ever-competent cohort of commentators. Today, we have Alex. Alex, what's up?
Well, hopefully in 3 hours and 42 minutes, it's going to be Axiom-2.
Wow. You've been learning from Sawyer, I see. We're going to have some commentators rotating in and out as the day goes on. We are a little bit ways out from launch, but yeah, we are going to be able to watch all of the lead up and the crew boarding the capsule. You know how we do at NASA Spaceflight. We like to watch all the minutia happen. So the crew is not on board yet. They are on site, but not on board, and we are going to be bringing you all the developments. So strap in, because we got a crew launching. It's a big day. We're also joined today by Max out in the field operating the cameras. Max, how are you doing?
Man, let me tell you, Jack, it is an absolutely sweltering day this afternoon. But, you know, any day at the Kennedy Space Center where 4 astronauts are going and leaving the bounds of Earth and onwards to the space station is always a good day.
Yeah, we see so many launches these days, which is a good thing, but crew launches are still comparatively rare, and they're special because, obviously, there's people on board. What's the bug situation out there, Max? I mean, usually the heat brings lots of mosquitoes.
It does, but the mosquitoes usually are at their worst after a rainstorm per se. And so far, you know, knock on wood, we have been rain-free so far today. A storm cloud was flirting with the Space Center maybe an hour and a half ago, like right before the crew arrived over at the launch and landing facility. But so far, I think weather is go.
Excellent. That's what we want to hear. You might have seen the little info cards pop up. Today, operating the stream, we have Kevin Michael Reed, and we also have Gav in the background helping out as well. So thank you to them for that. All right, if you're new here, hopefully you are enjoying the show so far. We do a bit of an interactive thing. You can ask questions in the YouTube chat. Just type at NASA Spaceflight, type your question out, and hit enter, and we'll see it pop up in some software that we have that we can monitor chat with. So yeah, if you have any questions about today's launch, it's a big one. I mean, 4 people are going into space and are going to live on the ISS for what, like 8 days? So a lot of cool stuff going to be happening on this mission. Let's jump right into it. And Alex, tell us about the timeline. How about? What are we expecting to see over the next couple hours?
Yeah, so right now the crew has been handed over to SpaceX. They are in the Falcon support building outside of LC-39A, suiting up, you know, and getting all everything checked out on their suits and everything. And in about 40 minutes or so, they should be heading out to the launch pad itself, out to Dragon to strap themselves into the capsule. And at about T-2 hours, that's sort of where the hatch on Dragon is closed. So yeah, in about an hour and a half, they should be already on the capsule, strapped inside, everything sealed off and everything,
All right,
and ready to go.
Wait, I gotta stop you for a second. in the past on crew missions, we've seen them go through a little bit of a jump through some hoops, shall we say, to get the hatch closed. And you know, it's no big deal. You just want to make sure the hatch is properly closed and there's no FOD in the way. But what I want to ask you is, what do you think is going to happen today? Do you think they're going to close the hatch and it'll be fine, or do you think they'll have to open it back up? Like we're making a wager here, like a friendly wager.
Yeah, because actually on the Axiom-1 mission, they had an issue on the hatch. So the previous Axiom mission, which was, I think it was May of last year. So yeah, a year ago. And they also had an issue with the hatch, but usually they have, so the nominal time is about T-2 hours for that hatch closure, but they can go all the way to like, say, 1 hour 20 or 1 hour even to close the hatch. Like they have about an hour of time left so that they can work through those issues. And whether I think there'll be any of that, let's hope not. I'm going to be optimistic. I'm going to say no issues. Crew 6 didn't have any issues, if I remember correctly. So
yeah, fair. Max, do we still have you? What do you think? Hatch issues or no?
Well, hatch issues usually result in bad luck or a bad omen. But if memory serves correctly, Crew 6 didn't have any issues, and nor did Freedom I believe Freedom flew Crew 4 as well. So I hope not. Let's just cross our fingers, because FOD is obviously not wanted.
Right. Unless it's a corned beef sandwich.
Snuck inside your spacesuit.
Yeah, exactly. You said Freedom, so let's talk a little bit about the vehicle we're looking at here. The crew capsule will be flying for the second time. It is Crew Dragon Freedom, right, Max?
Yes, it is. Crew Dragon Freedom, I cannot remember off the top of my head the serial number, but Crew Dragon Freedom is poised on top of booster B1080. And I believe this is Freedom's second flight. If one of you, if I'm wrong, please correct me.
Nope, second flight. Okay. You're correct. Alex, tell us about B1080. What's going on with it? There's a little bit of a special thing with this crew launch, right?
Indeed, there's gonna be a land landing for the first time for the booster on a crew mission. So apparently, what the SpaceX explained the other day on a press conference is that they actually sort of had this performance. Like they thought that they had this performance on Falcon 9 in order to be able to do this, but through doing sort of all of those Starlink missions that they have been doing, they have been able to gather enough data to be sure that whenever they do this, it actually will work. So it's been sort of in the edge of the performance to get the booster back on land. And through those technical, looking at the data and everything, technical reviews and everything, they have been able to confirm that indeed they have the performance to come back with a booster all the way to land. So yay! And it's also not going to be just this mission; it's also going to be future crewed missions. So it's going to be the new norm for crew missions.
For the foreseeable future, I think was the quote in the article, which we do have an article on this mission. You can see it's pinned to the top of the chat. Excellent roundup of all of the facts. But yeah, for this foreseeable future, they're going to be doing RTLSs on crew missions, and this is going to be the first of those. So nice and interesting change. We love to see RTLSs here. They're the coolest. I mean,
and if I may add real quick, so this is the first RTLS from a Falcon 9 traveling towards an ISS trajectory in just over 3 years. The last time a Falcon 9 performed in RTLS on the way to the space station was the CRS-20, which was the last Dragon 1 to fly in March of 2020.
Wow.
Ironically, the cargo missions are doing the opposite. So they're landing on drone ships, and so far on at least half of the Dragon 2 cargo missions that they have been launching, they have done what it is called a partial boost back burn, where they still land on a drone ship, but the drone ship is located like halfway the distance of a normal
like much closer than it normally would be. Yeah,
exactly. But for the next cargo mission, which is CRS-28 coming up here in about 2 weeks, that mission is actually going to be not doing any sort of boost back burn at all, and it's going to land like over 600 kilometers downrange, and it's actually going to carry the stubby MVAC nozzle, so we're going to have to get used to those on cargo missions as well.
Oh gosh, the cursed nozzle. If you guys
They've
don't
launched
know,
twice from Vandenberg, and now it's coming to Florida.
Oh no, it's spreading. If you guys don't know, there is a new nozzle extension on the MVAC that SpaceX has been using. It's like short and stubby, and it's horrible. And anyways, you can see it on the live streams.
Well, we say
It's hideous.
extension, but it's
yeah,
it's not it's hardly even that. It's like a third of a nozzle, basically. That's all it is. It's
Yeah.
so much shorter than the MVAC nozzle that we've become used to, but it won't matter for any of us really because we can't see it from the ground.
Yep, sure enough. Something you brought up, Alex, that I hopefully I'm not going too far off the rails here, but you said that because SpaceX has discovered that they do have this performance on all these Starlink missions and all the missions that Falcon 9 has flown, they've flown enough basically that they have more confidence that the vehicle has the performance to do these RTLS missions on crew missions. So, Falcon 9 is basically flying so much that they're able to become more confident with it. Did you see that article recently that came out about easterly launches out of Vandenberg? Did you read that?
Yeah. We actually, and you know very well, Jack, that I actually joked about, because we have from Florida the South Polar Corridor, right? And I joked once that maybe from Vandenberg, they're going to have like an eastern geostationary transfer orbit kind of corridor there, right? And now suddenly the Space Force is like, well, maybe we might allow Eastern launches from Vandenberg. And so, yeah, out of the sound of my joke, it's actually becoming true. So maybe we'll see those kind of launches from there.
Yeah, I bring that up just because the article specifically mentioned, growing confidence with the repeatability, repeat launches of a single rocket. And I was like, they didn't actually name Falcon 9 or SpaceX, but you kind of knew when you were reading it. It's like, what rocket is fits the bill here. And so, yeah, maybe one day we'll see some easterly launches out of Vandenberg. Anyways.
They were also saying about, well, now these rockets are reusable, so they don't leave any stages crashing into, land or something.
Right.
So.
But yeah, I bring it all up because SpaceX is flying the Falcon 9 so much that it's unlocking new things that they can do with it. For example, today's RTLS with a crew. I do want to go through and thank some people who are supporting the channel. We've got Spike's Trailer Park. Thanks for becoming a Padrat member there. Spike, MMCLE, Michael Ann, thanks for becoming a Red Team member. Musical Wolves, thank you for the support there. They say can't wait to see the license plates. That's right. Usually the Teslas, the crew rolls out in has some fun license plates. I wonder what they'll be today. Thank you there, Musical Wolves, for the support. Musical Wolves again with another super chat saying, will there be any other non-NASA missions to the ISS? Do we have any other non-NASA missions to the ISS currently slated, or is it just Axiom for now?
From Florida, I don't remember. I don't think so. I mean, obviously they have, Russian launches and from JAXA and all of these folks, right, from other countries.
Right.
But from the US, I don't remember any other that is not Axiom or NASA. Trying to remember, but I don't think so.
Yeah, I guess there's like the X3, the next Axiom flight. But beyond that, I'm not sure if there's other companies doing that right now. I should look that up. Starship 24, thank you for the support. They say, is this the first crew RTLS of a booster? Yeah, that's what we were just talking about. This will be the first time that a Falcon 9 does an RTLS on a mission launching crew. So a little bit of a special treat today.
Musical
in daytime.
Say that again, Max?
Yeah.
Yeah, and for once, it seems like forever ago that we last saw Falcon or any rocket fly during the daytime off the East Coast, but we're flying in the late afternoon today, so we will be able to see absolutely everything that happens.
Hooray!
Finally.
I didn't even realize, but yeah, that makes sense. Every recent launch I can think of has been a night launch out of the Cape, so
first night launches.
I saw someone mentioning Polaris, but those are not going to the ISS. Those missions are not heading that way. They're independent crew flights. Yeah.
Yeah, the Polaris mission's so exciting just because they're completely different, and in the name of pushing the boundary, I would definitely go to the ISS. That's super cool and awesome, and you can do awesome science there, important science, and have some space to float around. But I don't know, some of the Polaris missions are so cool. At least the ones we
There's
know
something
about so
about
far.
orbiting higher than the altitude of the ISS that just sounds so appealing for some reason.
Yes, I agree. Like, you see less of Earth in the window. It's more of a pale blue dot, if you will.
Wow.
Let's see here. Musical Wolves, thanks for the support. They say, has the hook issue been resolved so it won't happen during docking? Alex, tell us what's going on with that.
What hook issue? I don't.
There was an issue with the hook. I remember reading about this. Max, do you know what's up?
But that was with another dragon.
That was a different
I think
dragon.
that.
Yeah, that
I
was
don't think it
Endeavor.
was. I don't think it was Freedom. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. They did have, so they did mention an issue yesterday on the pre-launch conference, but it is not like a huge issue, and they have actually solved it, which was with one of the fasteners. So on the panels that cover the Dragon, you see the capsule, those white things on the capsule. That's not the actual structure of the vehicle. It's inside. There's a pressure vessel inside. Those are to protect all that is inside of the capsule, right? Those are fastened with 9 bolts each panel, and each bolt needs to also have thermal protection system on them. So what they identified is one of the panels, they had one of the fasteners, so it's like, like a matryoshka kind of
Yeah. One
doll.
fastener on
It's
on
one fastener,
panel.
one panel on the capsule thermal protection system, that didn't have enough thermal protection system material to protect it. And they thought it was going to be okay for the flight, but even though they were okay with that, they still went ahead and with a crane, they went up there to the capsule and filled it in. So there you go. That's the only issue that they were working on. Major issue, so to speak. They were still fine with it. Yeah, with this dragon.
What was the hook thing with the other dragon?
I believe it was more of a sensor issue with Endeavor when it opened the nose cone. So the nose cone is hooked up to the capsule via the same docking mechanisms that they use for docking to the ISS. And so you need the hooks to open and everything to let go of the nose cone so that it can open and all of that. And it appears that one of the sensors on one of the hooks, like they have multiple sensors, multiple redundancies there. One of them was not behaving correctly, and so they turned to the redundant ones.
Alrighty, thank you for that. JPX 2000 becoming a red team member. Thank you for that, JPX 2000. If you guys don't know, we do have a membership program. It is a part of YouTube. You can sign up to become a member of the channel and support us at various levels. It's like a monthly amount of support, and at the various different levels, you get various different awesome perks. So enjoy your perks, JPX 2000. We hope you really like them. We put a lot of work into creating cool stuff for members. JD Brown, thank you for the support. They say, if a rocket launch were to be scrubbed, does a rocket need to be detanked, and what does it help to prevent if they forgot to do that? Well, I guess all the propellant would boil off. You want to recapture some of it. But yes, the rockets generally need to be detanked when there is a scrub. Although I'm thinking about Atlas. With Atlas, they just load the kerosene in it and it just sits there for a while, right?
Yeah.
but-
So with Atlas,
go ahead.
the RP1 is not. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you, Alex. The RP1 in Atlas is not super chilled, and Atlas has sufficient insulation to hold the locks and also replenish it so at a rate where it can stay at the pad for a multi-hour window per se. So, and Falcon doesn't have that, unfortunately, because it uses that super chilled densified RP1, which is why SpaceX has implemented the load and go procedure. So if there's any delay or hiccup in fueling, they have pretty much scrubbed their launch attempt.
Yeah, and it's just sort of a trade-off. It's like a video game. You're putting points into your character. Do you want to be able to have a long time on the pad, or do you want to get a little bit more performance out of your propellants by subcooling them, which limits you obviously in recycles and things like that. That was a great shot. These are all great shots. It's a crispy, fresh looking Dragon on its second flight today, with the Axiom logo on the side, just looking good. That is a vehicle that's going to carry some people into space today. Sorry, I'm just taking a moment to appreciate what we're looking at.
The atmosphere
totally
always
deserve
just
to do
feels. The atmosphere here just always feels so different when Falcon has a Crew Dragon on top as opposed to payload fairings. It's a whole other atmosphere here.
Yeah, it completely makes sense because we're doing extra serious business today. I mean, all rocket launches are serious business, but crew launches, of course, are extra serious because human lives are on the line. And it's just kind of marvelous to look at the crew capsule and think, that's a spacecraft. It almost looks weird because we see satellite launches constantly and we see the fairing. And so when you see a much shorter, much more conical structure on top of Dragon, like the crew capsule we're looking at here, it almost looks off. But I don't know. In a lot of ways, I think it looks better. It carries people, you guys. We're going to space today. We're sending 4 people into space today. Let's get hyped up.
That's the attitude
Yes.
we want, Jack. Yes.
Crew,
Yes.
crew.
In fact, how about we talk a little bit more about the crew? There are 4 people on this launch. Commander is Dr. Peggy Whitson. She's the first female commander of a private space mission. She has the most time of any American in space at 665 days. And it's also more time than any woman. She has 60 hours of spacewalks. She's the first female commander of the ISS, and she's commanded the station twice. There's also pilot John Shoffner. He's the only person on the crew to pay for the flight. He's a pilot with more than 8,500 hours of flight time and over 3,000 skydives and base jumps. And he met his wife on a skydive.
That's impressive.
Right? Did they meet? I want to know how literal that is. Did they meet like as they were falling, or
did they meet halfway down, or did they meet on the ground or on the plane?
Right.
We need more details, John. Tell us more.
Was it in free fall? Was it undershoot? I mean, we need more details here. I'm sorry.
Were you her instructor?
Oh man, but yeah, that's a fun little anecdote there. Mission specialist Rayyanah Barnawi spent more than 9 years researching as a lab tech on stem cells and tissue reengineering programs. And the second mission specialist is Ali Alqarni, who is a F-15 pilot and has over 2,300 hours of flight time. Will be the second Saudi male astronaut. So yeah, I just wanted to briefly go through the crew. That's who we're talking about today. That's who's going to the ISS. That's why it's extra serious business, because we're sending these 4 people into low Earth orbit. Oh dear me, I left that question up on the screen for way too long. Sorry about that. Screen name, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. That's super awesome of you. That's 10 people who now can check out all of the cool perks in the member program. The behind the scenes photos, the videos that we do, sometimes release members only, live streams, things like that. Thank you, Screen Name. If you got a membership from Screen Name, be sure to thank him in chat. Blake Blevins, thank you for the support. They say, how many astronauts are currently on the ISS? And what's the breakdown of agencies represented? And will this mission break the record for most people in low Earth orbit? I don't think it's going to break the record for most people in low Earth orbit because... Well, no, that wasn't a low Earth orbit record because I'm thinking of when like it was a New Shepard flight and people were there was briefly like a whole bunch of people in space because New Shepard flew. What are you thinking, Alex?
Because I'm thinking that the Zhenzhou 16 mission to the Chinese space station should launch in the same time frame that this mission is going to be up on the ISS. So that's going to be 11 people on the ISS and 6 people in the Chinese space station, so that's going to be 17 people in orbit. And I don't think that's ever been done before. Because it's 6 and 11, 17.
All right, so maybe is the answer I'm hearing there. There's 7 people on the ISS right now, and it is a mixture of Russian and American astronauts.
And one from the UAE, don't forget, Sultan.
Thank you.
Sultan Al Niyadi. Yes, sir.
Good question there from Blake. And Camille is becoming a flight engineer. Thank you so much, Camille. That's one of the higher levels of support. You get Discord access. You get your name at the end of episodes of NASASpaceflight Live. You get all of the perks. So thank you so much. That is a super, super generous amount of support there. We really appreciate everything that our members do because we really couldn't do what we do without our members. You put a whole lot of work into some videos or streaming something or what have you, and the vagaries of the YouTube algorithm mean that sometimes stuff doesn't get as much views as you would like. So I don't know, membership program is kind of like the glue. And it's not just about I mean, even when all the videos are doing great, sometimes you want to plan ahead or do some special projects or just do what we do even better. So, members, thank you. How about we answer some viewer questions? Yes, that sounds great. Let's see here. We were talking about this one a minute ago, Max. Europa is asking, what will be the flight path of this mission?
So the flight path today, so of course they are going up to the International Space Station, which sits at about a 51.6 degree orbital inclination. And because of the recently found and unlocked performance of Falcon 9 with their fuel margins, on top of the lighter cargo being carried on Dragon today with the weight, Falcon 9 has the performance today to perform a return to launch site landing. So what that means, instead of landing the first stage booster out on a drone ship in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, that first stage booster is going to haul butt right back here over to Cape Canaveral and landing zone 1. So it'll be going northeast today.
Got it. Northeast. I think the boost back burn is like a minute long. It's an insanely long boost back burn.
On that trajectory, especially, yes. It has I wish it was launching at either twilight or even at night, because you can really see all the gas interactions between stage 2 and the Merlins from stage 1 interacting during that boost back. It really is quite a sight.
Yeah, it's one of those really special things about Falcon 9 launches.
Yes.
Good question, Europa. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Rocket Freak is asking how long the crew will stay at the... Oh, I deleted it. Well, they wanted to know how long the crew would stay at the ISS. Alex?
About 8 days is the planned stay. But you know, one thing is what they plan and one thing is what the weather wants. Because on the Axiom-1 mission, they also planned for 10-day stay. They actually stayed for like 17 days because there was bad weather at the splashdown zones. So we'll see.
Yeah, you beat me to it. I was going to mention that they got a whole bunch of bonus days.
Yeah.
Extra vacation time, so to speak, maybe.
Yeah, somebody was...
They don't give you those at hotels.
No, they don't, do they?
Somebody was definitely praying to the right weather gods there. That worked out. They got a whole bunch of bonus days on the ISS, which I certainly wouldn't complain about. I mean, maybe at a certain point you hit, you're like, okay, I'm ready to come home. It's been 2 weeks, but I can't imagine feeling like that in space. But I am not an astronaut. Let's see here. Totally not a Dragon question, but Stephen, I'll allow it just this once, saying, I know they're asking about the HLS render for the lunar Starship, and the engines that are mounted up halfway up, and what engines those are. Alex, we don't know anything about those engines, right? We just sort of know that they're engines.
Yeah, my answer to this will be the usual. Good question. I don't know.
Yeah, unfortunately,
like
we just don't know.
Yeah, like the Shrek meme. Good question. And yeah, I don't have an answer to it, sadly.
Let's see here. I'm going to run through and grab some more questions. Max, weather still looking good?
Weather's still looking good. The sun is still shining. Of course, I am still boiling out in the sun today. Just taking a look around now. Northwest of the KSC, there appears to be some somewhat worrying dark colored clouds, but I haven't seen the radar, so I'm not exactly sure what direction they're headed. But for now, there's not much to worry about. It's still looking good over here.
Look at that flyover.
Yeah, speaking of looking good, we've got a drone shot on the feed right now. That was killer. And you can see the Starship pad and everything.
Is that from the NASA helicopter, or is that a drone?
I don't know if it's a helicopter
I think it's a
or
helicopter.
drone.
Because I'm looking out now toward Pad A. There is a helicopter just about to pass in front of the fixed service structure. It's the white NASA helicopter that flies around here for crewed missions.
Got it. My bad. Must be a helicopter then. Either way, really great orbiting shot of the pad and the vehicle. Let's see here. Barney Rubble, wow, what a name, is asking when Axiom-3 is planned to go to the ISS.
Late fall, around November 2023.
Yeah, I think it's no earlier than November 2023.
Yeah.
They're also asking if that will be the mission to first have the Axiom module on station. When is that module itself being planned to launch?
2025 is currently what Axiom is planning for.
Okay, so no.
Yeah.
It'll be more like Axiom 6 or 7, if and when those happen. Good question, though, from Barney. We get to put our wild speculation hats on for a moment, and DJ Leather is asking, when can we expect to see a Starship in Florida? Because we were just looking at the Starship pad in that cool helicopter shot. So I'll allow this. We just get to wildly spit out numbers because we have no idea, but I'm going to say middle of next year, and that seems wildly optimistic. Max, what do you think?
That is wildly optimistic. I really think it depends, of course, on what happens in Boca Chica. If I had to throw a number out there, I would say at minimum 2 years, because at whatever they end up deciding to do long term with a lack of flame trench or the water cooled plate, whatever they decide to iterate over here at the Cape, a lot of work still has to be done. So I am guessing no earlier than maybe 2 years.
Alrighty, that's fair. Yeah, I mean realistic. Alex, what do you think?
Oh boy, I'm not good at these questions. Next year, end of next year, maybe.
Oof, that's bold.
All right,
You're
well
a bold man, Alex.
we're all on
Well,
record, and we're going
The
to be
hardest
held to
part
it.
is already there, which is the tower and the tank farm-ish being built. I think that the hardest next problem is gonna be that OLM with
The launch
all
mount.
the stuff that they're learning. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense. Rocket Man Andrew in chat says 3 years. Yeah.
Reasonable.
Cool Town Mode says 2 months. All
How
right,
about
Cool
tomorrow? Let's just say that tomorrow.
Yeah, it's secretly been on a barge on the way there this entire time. Anyways,
Yes, overnight mounting of the OLM.
just under 3 hours and 15 minutes away from expected T0 of Axiom Crew 2. We're all hanging out and answering your questions. Ooh, here's that helicopter shot again. And it's gone. Let's see here. Musical Wolves is asking, will the Ax-2 crew get to visit the Starship Tower? I don't think so. Right, Alex? I mean, nah. That's not something we've seen on any of the other crew flights.
Well, we haven't seen it. That doesn't mean it hasn't happened.
Oh, that's fair. All right, well, you're not closing the door to it.
They'll have a nice view driving up the ramp, but not exactly sure they'll be making a pit stop there.
Let's see here. Some more questions. Alex, if you have the panel up, you see anything that piques your interest, go for it.
I don't have it, but I can have it.
Yeah, do it.
Thanks for saying it.
Let's see here. Here's a Falcon 9 question for you, Alex. Delta 23 is asking, why does the regular Falcon 9 static fire with the payload, but Falcon Heavy doesn't? So this rocket was static fired. That's this normal thing that SpaceX does before every launch. They static fire the rocket.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they're asking why static fire with the payload on Falcon 9, but not with Falcon Heavy. What's going on?
They didn't static fire with a payload.
for this rocket particularly, because it didn't have crew on it. You're saying you're making a joke?
Kinda, yeah. It's not a joke. It's more like a technicality that I like to bring up. That crewed missions where the payload are the crew, so they didn't have the crew for the static fire, so it didn't carry a payload. It didn't have the
Dragon is the payload.
Yeah, the Dragon is actually very common for static fires of Crew Dragon flights and even for cargo missions as well. Though for cargo missions they don't do them at all. At least the past few 3 or 4 missions, I don't think they had a static fire on cargo missions. But crew missions do have static fires, and they do it with the Crew Dragons, and that's being standard since Demo 1. So it's not an exception or anything this mission at all. It's actually routine. Now, why Falcon Heavy doesn't? Because Falcon Heavy's payloads, namely military payloads, are very expensive. So you don't want to risk them. And especially Falcon Heavy has only flown 6 times compared to Falcon 9, right? And so, yeah, and it's a lot more explosive potential as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Good question from Delta 23.
I think we can probably report one good thing about the weather because it was not like the forecast was saying 60% go only. Now it has improved to 75%. They're only tracking upper level ambient clouds. So hopefully it's going for today because tomorrow the weather goes down a lot. I think it was like only 30% go. So let's hope it launches today.
Excellent.
It's got to go today. It's going today.
It's gotta go
It's going.
today.
It's going today. It's going today.
I mean, it
Yeah.
looks like a really beautiful day. So, I mean, despite the sweltering heat, I'm sorry, Max, but it looks like a beautiful day. I mean, look at the puffy cloud. You can see it moving. Look at it go.
Yay.
Like Bob Ross vibes. And we've got a puffy little cloud. Let's draw a friend for the rocket. Let's see here. Here's kind of an interesting one. Infobot is asking, why are there so many rocket launches this year? Anything special? I mean, it's the new space age, bruh. Alex, did you
Because
add
reasons.
this one? Yeah, because reasons. Because Starlink. Alex, did you add this to the queue?
Yep, I added that one.
What are your thoughts? Why so many this year?
Yeah, mainly Starlink. There's a lot of Starlink missions by SpaceX, but they also had a lot of customer missions that because of COVID in 2020 and 2021, they delayed their missions and their payloads all the way to 2022 and 2023. So we're seeing a lot of missions from customers, especially at the end of 2022. We had a bunch of them where there was actually like a lull on Starlink flights. There was like 10 customer missions in a row with other Starlink missions. It was like, wow, right? And now it's been the first half of this year's been sort of the same. There's going to be another lull here of customer missions in the summer. It's going to be only a few of them, but they're going to be coming back again in the fall and winter. So yeah, there's a lot of Starlinks. Customers have had their payloads delayed because of COVID and all that stuff. So yeah, and it all falls in 2023.
Alrighty then. Oh, we've got a shot of the Teslas. And the door the crew is going to be coming out of.
Yeah, they are about to leave the Falcon support building. And they are all in schedule.
Which I love to hear.
All right, we've got the timeline going up on the left-hand side while we wait for them to come out of the doors there. Alex, do you want to run us through the timeline once again?
Sure. So right now we're going to see the 4 astronauts leaving the Falcon support building. It's going to be a short 2-minute ride to LC-398. They're already at the pad. It's just outside of the gates. And they're going to hop onto the Dragon, and that's going to they're going to strap in, check the suits, the seats, and everything. And at about T-2 hours, they're going to close the hatch on Dragon. That time can be moved in the timeline. Like if they're ahead, they're going to do it ahead. If they have any issues with the hatch, they're going to, they can delay it all the way to about T-1 hour or so. Then at that T-1 hour, the pad is cleared. They start all of the go-no-go polls with the mission control centers and things like that. And that's when they go into all the launch preparations with fueling. They arm the escape system and everything. So yeah, that's when action is going to be at its highest before the launch.
Excellent. Speaking of before the launch, I really love when they're doing the pressure suit checks and the comm checks, and we get to hear like the Quindar tone and the comm checks between the crew and everybody on all the different ground people. I don't know. I really love that part in particular. Do you have like a favorite part of the pre-launch? I almost want to call it like a ceremony of the pre-launch festivities, Alex.
Oh, I guess when they take the patches from the ground crews, that's a tradition
That's definitely a good one.
Yeah, and they take the patches from the ground crews. That's from the shuttle, and they keep them in orbit, and then they return them back to the ground crews.
Definitely
after
a
the
good
mission
one.
is complete.
Max, what do you have a favorite moment or part of the pre-launch activities? Like everything leading up to launch. Oh, here they come! They're coming out the door.
Oh, here they go.
Excellent. There is your Axiom-2 crew.
Those spaces look so cool, don't they? They look so good.
They really do. They all look very happy to be going to space today. A lot of hard work goes into going to space, so can't blame them. Crew is all smiles.
I gotta say, I'm a fan of Peggy. She's a badass.
She really is. She's probably one of my top 3 favorite astronauts of all time on the U.S. side.
Once again, first female commander of a private space mission is what she will be on today's mission. But that seems like small potatoes compared to everything else she's done. She spent the most time of any American in space at 665 days. More time than any woman in space. She has 60 hours of spacewalks. Can we just think about that for a moment? 60 hours of spacewalks. That is more than, 2 days? Floating around in orbit in just a spacesuit, like not in a massive space station or in a crew capsule or anything, just like floating above our fragile Earth in a fragile spacesuit. 60 hours of spacewalk. That's awesome.
And
She has also
again.
flown. Yeah, and she has also flown on Shuttle, on Soyuz, and now Crew Dragon.
Oh, she gets
So
the
she's gonna
trifecta.
Yeah, she's gonna be in that small group of people that have flown on, those 3 vehicles. It's not a lot of people.
You gotta love it. All right, they're in the Tesla. They're doing they're fist bumping. They're hyped up. This is great. I love that.
There you
This
go.
is a little bit different than what we see, with a
Yeah,
NASA
you don't see
crew
this from
launch.
satellites. Oh wow, I thought you were talking about, normal payload missions, but yeah, it's a little bit different.
Yeah,
I wonder what music they're playing in the cars right now.
Oh,
It's
that's a
kind of
good
like a
question.
walk-up song.
I would be blasting something. I don't even know what. I would have to put some serious consideration into what I picked. But yeah, now is the time to turn the volume up, perhaps slightly too loud. Get the little volume notification on your Apple Watch. It's like, no, shush. We're going to space today. All right. The Teslas are rolling.
Protect your drums.
You're gonna see now how close to 39A they are. Like they're outside of the gates.
Yes.
Oh, well, a short drive, We'll pick a short song.
just one song.
Yeah, right. Let me fast forward to the good part. All right, the Teslas are pulling out. Oh yeah, they really are. You can see the crawlerway there on the left, that white area. That's the gravel of the old crawlerway that is now no longer used.
They're maybe 20 seconds from the Pad A entry gate. Like they are right there.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
I mean, hey, it's better than walking over there, right?
I mean, in this weather, yes. You need AC.
Oh yeah, there we got a shot
That's
of Peggy.
On her
Oh,
first
wow.
flight.
And then on the left, you can see the vehicles entering 39A. That's the horizontal integration facility there on the left, that big building. Yeah, Peggy, I mean, wow. What an accomplished astronaut. Just like, do not mess with Peggy. And of course, there's pilot John Shoffner, mission specialist Rayyanah Barnawi, and second mission specialist Ali Alqarni. All of them sort of have very interesting stories, as you would expect from people going to space. But
Yeah.
definitely Peggy she's like, for me, and I think you guys too, based on what we just talked about, kind of the superstar of the mission. Like, if you're going to do something daring, you want someone like her on your side and in the lead.
There you go.
Oh, here we go. Cars
Yeah,
are
already
driving
there.
up.
Oh, spot the Starliner crew access tower.
Oh yeah, that's like 41 in
the-
the background.
Yep.
It's
Look
like
at that.
You can see
It's like some subtle shade.
the Delta 4 pad. You can see all of those.
Down,
Oh, beautiful
way
shot
down
from the
there at the bottom.
helicopter.
Yeah, you can see the cars kind of crawling. It really gives you a sense of scale.
Yes.
Chat is asking about the license plates nonstop. I don't think we got a shot of the plates, did we?
I'm kind of
don't
kicking myself
think so.
because
I don't think we did.
I was just over at crew arrival when they landed over at the launch and landing facility, and I forgot to look, so I
Oh,
can't
dang
tell
it.
you.
Dang it.
I know.
Oh, maybe we
happened.
can see it on
Oh,
some
come
of
on.
the close-up shots.
Oh, right there. Oh, no, it's
AX2 ISS.
Is
The
that what it said?
ISS?
Yep. AX2 ISS. Yep.
Oh, I love it. Right on cue, we've got the license plates. And they got the Teslas parked. The doors are opening.
They should be getting out here shortly and then pitching their whole body upwards to look at the rocket because they can't. The helmet that's on the suit doesn't actually move.
Yeah, I love
lean.
that. I love that you the wording you use there. Pitch their bodies upwards. I mean, that's essentially what
Yes.
you have to do. You have to lean back to look up. Here we go. This is exactly what we're going to see them do
About
right
to
now.
do it.
Yeah.
See, there it goes. There they go.
They need to install like a lazy boy right there that you can just plop down in and like recline. All right, so there goes Dr. Peggy Whitson and John Shoffner. Looks like they're headed over to the elevators.
It's interesting because normally they, pop up to the back of the tower for NASA missions. Once they arrive at the tower, probably they have some, restrooms or something for the crew to, before they go into the Dragon. But it seems like here they're already ready for onboarding on Crew Dragon.
Yeah, I mean, how could you not be ready? You're sitting 2 minutes away, just waiting.
Yep.
So hopefully we see a rapid and orderly crew ingress. Oh, this is a great shot. The camera is very slowly zooming out, so you can see the scale of things.
Yeah, Falcon 9 is not Starship level of big, but this is still a big rocket.
It's a very big rocket, yes. Like it punches up there right along with Atlas or Delta, or any other rocket for that matter. And that part of that is because it was stretched so many times, right?
Yeah.
As the design evolved. Yep, and then there you go. You can see the two mission specialists doing the lean back to look up at their vehicle that's about to shoot them into orbit. What a feeling that must be. All right, looks like they're about to head over to the elevator themselves. As we watch that happen, perhaps we do a couple more viewer questions. Let's see here. Alex, this is one for you. John Smith is asking, how does the booster arrest its momentum to come back for an RTLS without needing more Delta V than to get to stage SEP?
Yeah, so it actually needs more Delta V, but needing more Delta V doesn't mean that it needs more fuel, because now it got rid of the second stage and the Crew Dragon, so it has less mass to move around. So it needs much less fuel to come back, even though it needs more Delta V, because now it needs to not only arrest the speed, but also accelerate the other way and come back. So it actually spends more Delta V, but that doesn't mean that it is more fuel, because again, it got rid of the second stage and the Crew Dragon, so it's lighter. Needs to move less stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Physics.
Oh, that was a kind of cool. You could see all the crew ninjas like taking off their FOD booties at that level. And there we go. We've got all 4 crew members up at the top level. This is right outside the crew access arm, right?
Yep.
And this is where the phone is. Max, do you want to tell us about the phone?
Oh boy. I think it is actually the same phone that was around during the entire shuttle program. And they used it to make their last phone call before they step into their spacecraft and head to orbit.
Yes, indeed. It is that phone.
The phone.
Yeah, right. It's the phone. The story goes, when SpaceX took over 39A and was renovating things, that phone was noticed and intentionally preserved from the shuttle program. I forget if it predates the shuttle program, but it was at least the shuttle phone, or one of the shuttle phones.
Yes.
Obviously, there'd be a second one at 39B. Wow, I don't even. Flawed perspective. Thank you for the support. I'm just gonna. We'll do this one later. Not right now, flawed perspective, but thank you for the support. Blake Blevins, thank you so much. They say, what are the quarantine requirements for the crew before going to the ISS? Do they have to isolate from everybody for a week or something?
Yeah, it's usually about a week and a half, 2 weeks, depending, on their schedules. Yep.
Excellent. Good question, Blake. Chris K? What's up, Chris K? How's it going down there in Starbase? Thanks for the support,
Getting
buddy.
shots.
You're out there getting the shots. What are you doing super chatting? Thank you, buddy. All right, we got the crew walking down the crew access arm here. Again, I know I've said this like 6 times already, but can you imagine what this would feel like?
This is the epic, rock star shot of,
Right.
the astronauts walking down the arm.
Yeah, this is like the right stuff moment. You're walking down the crew access arm, which looks so
Look at them.
excellent and futuristic.
They were like, hey, look at that, we're going to space. I will be the same, to be honest.
What a great shot. Yeah, I would be the same way. I would be all smiles and very, very excited. It's kind of a nice, departure from what we see with NASA astronauts, who are typically very serious, and things are very, serious, for lack of a better word. Like, there's palpable excitement today on the part of the crew. And you can see they're signing the X on the wall, as is tradition.
Yeah. NASA astronauts signed the NASA meatball, and private astronauts signed the X of SpaceX.
Quote Chris G, indeed. All right. So it looks like Dr. Peggy Whitson and John Shoffner will be the first to board. Last checkouts before they get on board the capsule here.
They're getting. Oh, I was gonna say that they were getting the patches from the ground crews.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, what they were doing, the ground crew guy there, the ninja, they were putting the patches on one of the inside pockets that they have on the suit. Because you see all of that, but they have like pockets on the suit and everything inside.
This, again, really gives you a sense of scale. Just to see 2 small astronauts on this massive tower.
And keep in mind as well, videos and pictures can never really do justice how tall and how high off the ground the crew access arm really is. It's above where the crew access arm for shuttle was by quite a bit.
Yeah, it's got to be what, like 200 feet off the ground? That's nothing to shake a fist at.
If not over. Yeah, I think so.
All right, we've got 2 on board. 2 to go.
It's amazing how easy. It's amazing how easy Dragon really is to ingress compared to other spacecraft.
I still, to this day, and ever since I was a kid, have sort of struggled to wrap my head around getting on board a shuttle as it's vertical on the pad.
Yeah, right? Because it's...
Yeah, fair.
Like, you're strapping yourself into a vehicle that's meant to be horizontal, but it's vertical, and there's like special handholds. And anyways, yeah. I had to mention shuttle so we don't get fired, but yeah, Crew Dragon seems much easier, right? Like Max, it just seems like you just step into it, no big deal.
Yes, it shows how far forward thinking really SpaceX was when it came to the overall design of Dragon. Not only now, but for the future. And even long after Dragon may be phased out, it'll still be a usable spacecraft.
Yeah, because the Crew Dragon, it still launches vertically, and you still, you launch in a horizontal position, but the seats on Dragon, instead of you needing to go horizontal, the crew seats stay vertical, and then the seat can rotate in a horizontal position before the launch. So it's super useful in that case. And it is also useful for splashdown, for example, because maybe you don't want to be fully horizontal for the splashdown, maybe a little bit more upwards. And that's what they actually do. The seats rotate before the splashdown so that it is in the optimal condition for, for being as soft on your body as possible.
Yeah. hang on. We have the next two crew members, the two mission specialists, coming down the crew access arm here.
Yeah, Alqarni and Barnawi.
That is such a cool shot.
All smiles, as they should be. They're going to space. 8 days on the ISS await them. Maybe more bonus days depending on weather. Asterisk CX1. But yeah, oh man, what were we just talking? Oh yeah, the ease of entry on Crew Dragon. The fact that the seats can rotate is, I mean, it's so key. Like you said, Alex, you can position the body in the optimal position for whatever phase of flight that you're in. And it makes getting on board and getting off easier. So, just love it. Very forward-thinking design.
And it's going to be very important in the future, because you can imagine maybe some spacecraft that, has to re-enter horizontally and then suddenly position into a vertical position for a landing. Yeah, right. Like if the seats can rotate in that way, yeah.
Especially, yeah. I mean, SpaceX is getting experience with a rotating seat now, so when it comes time for Starship, they've already done rotating seats. That makes sense.
It.
I don't know how I haven't thought of that before, but that makes a lot of sense.
That's kind of crazy to think about, isn't it?
Right. I mean, that's one of the sort of brilliant things that SpaceX has done over the years is they use things as I guess pathfinders or development article, and then it's like a set of dominoes, and it's like, oh yeah, that is clearly a domino right there. Having rotating seats on Crew Dragon. I mean, it makes sense just as a standalone thing, but if you can use anything you learn from that on Starship, I mean, all the better. All right, we've got some last-minute checkouts here. Are they getting their patches as well?
I think so.
Looks like we're doing a FOD check.
Yeah.
Yeah, because normally they reach up and grab the Pad Ninja name patches once they're already strapped into the seat.
Lately, they've done that at the White Room. At least
really?
I remember for
Okay.
for the last couple of missions, they've done that already in the White Room, and the Ninja has actually helped. Yeah, there we go. We can see them taking the patches, and they're gonna help them put that on the pocket on the suit.
Yep, there we go. Patches acquired. All right, we've got Ali Alqarni getting on board. I love how the Pad Ninja holds the top of their helmet. It's like, don't bonk your head.
That's their duty, to protect the crew.
Right. You want to protect the door and the helmets. I mean, it's all very important hardware, obviously.
That would be very reminiscent of the one stormtrooper bonking his head in episode 4. You guys remember that?
Yes. Excellent. All right, we've got 4 on board. Now let's get them all strapped in and do our comm checks, do our pressure checks, do all the things we need to do in order to ensure a safe flight to space today with about 2 hours and 46 minutes to go. All right, let's do a couple more questions while they're strapping in while we wait for the next thing to start happening. How about?
Sure.
Let's see here. Andrew M. is asking, at the Flight Readiness Review conference, they said there was just one backup day, which would be tomorrow, before they have to stand down for CRS-28. Has that changed? I don't think it has, right, Alex?
Yeah, it hasn't changed. We actually talked a little bit of these schedule issues in a recent This Week in Spaceflight episode, if you watch those. And we were talking precisely that NASA wants the CRS-28 mission to launch next month, like early June. Currently scheduled for June 3rd right now. And they want that because it's carrying the next 2 solar panels, the solar, the rollout solar arrays that are carrying up to the ISS. And they want those before a Starliner launches in July. So it's a mess of a schedule conflict there with Axiom now, then CRS-28, and then Starliner. There's also what is called a high beta angle cutout, where the illumination of the sun is too much, and so they don't bring vehicles up and down in that period of time. And yeah, it's a lot of things that they have to juggle around, and this mission only has tomorrow as a backup. If it doesn't launch, if it doesn't launch tomorrow, or by tomorrow, I should say, then it's gonna be going at least multiple months to the right. Yeah.
Wow, got it. I mean, SpaceX has a very busy schedule at all of their pads, as evidenced by a few days ago. They had a rocket on all three. Although not exactly a correct picture of a rocket on all three. That was for you to jump in on, Alex, but we'll just move on. We'll move on. Super Steph, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. And Pistachio, thank you for the support. Shouting out to their friend who is Ninja30 on the closeout team. Go Dragon, go Falcon, go Emberly Riddle University. Thank you for the support there,
I know
Pistachio.
a few people from there.
I don't know if I should say the ninja's name or not, but I showed it on screen. I don't want to dox anybody. Let's see here. Here's a good question right now as we're looking at the vehicle itself. D&D M101 is asking, why can we not see the Super Draco thrusters on the Dragon? Well, of course, the camera shot just cut. Because they're housed in those little pods, right?
Yeah, they are enclosed there for protection. You don't want that exposed in the way up, because those are on the sides of the vehicle, so you don't want them to be in the way of the aerodynamics going up into space, and also when it's coming back.
Yeah, this isn't Kerbal Space Program. You can't just sort of have an engine sticking off the side like it's no big deal.
Yeah.
You have to put some sort of aerodynamic housing on there. You can see there's 4 of those pods on the Crew Dragon. You can see 2 of them in this shot on the left there. One has the Axiom logo on it, one has a flag on it. And each of those pods, Alex, correct me if I'm wrong, each of those has 2 Super Dracos, right? For a total of 8 on the vehicle?
Yep. And the way it's super cool, because the way that they actually maneuver as they burn through those Super Dracos, because they have the RCS thrusters, the regular Draco thrusters, but in the atmosphere they don't really do much. They do more in space. So the way that they actually maneuver Dragon once it is doing escape system, hopefully it never does with crew on board. We've seen it in action, right? We saw the pad abort and the in-flight abort test. Those were super cool. And the way that they actually deviate away from the rocket is using the throttle capabilities of those Super Dracos to move away. They don't have any sort of gimbaling or anything, but you can control the throttle levels, and that's what can shift the Crew Dragon in the way out of the rocket.
Yeah, it's all
Super
differential
cool.
throttle, which is just wild. Let's see here. Crew looks like they're all strapped in and happy. We're getting some watches put on. Everyone's got their iPad. They got their movies loaded up.
Their movies.
I joke.
Still remember. No, but Inspiration 4.
Yes.
Chris Brodsky, he had a Spaceballs, I think it was.
Yes.
Yeah. Quality.
They're doing their comm checks right now, it looks like.
Yeah, we might be getting into the comm checks, in which case we will be quiet for listening in purposes. Do not fret. Now I'm thinking, like, what movie would I want to watch?
That's a deep question.
It's like when you go on a plane flight and you like sync up a song for takeoff. I mean, obviously on your first probably many missions to space, you would want to not be watching a screen and be instead looking around and out the window and all that as you launched. But eventually, when spaceflight is the norm and boring and more like flying on a plane, I can imagine syncing up a movie or a song to launch itself, like in the same way that you do when you're taking off in a plane.
I'm seeing now
Can
chat.
spaceflight really ever be boring? Jack, I heard you say that, and it's just like,
Eventually, it will be. If we live in the future that we all want, eventually it will. Maybe not. Maybe boring isn't the right word. Maybe it's more like routine. Because I would certainly not call taking a flight somewhere boring. But I would call it routine. So maybe I need to check my verbiage here. But
someone mentioning gravity in chat. Talking
No.
Interstellar,
No, not
Airplane
Gravity.
2,
Airplane, not
Space
bad.
Odyssey,
Yeah. Fifth Element. Anybody? Bueller?
Fifth Element,
It'd have to be a movie with a launch in it for sure.
Apollo
Like maybe-
13 ish.
Like maybe you watch. Maybe you watch.
All 13 might not be. Yeah.
Yeah, don't
Yeah.
know, not that one. Yeah, maybe Contact would be good because you just like to sync up a pivotal moment to the actual launch itself. I don't know. Anyways, I digress. Crew is getting in and strapped in, and we're gonna listen in for comm checks as soon as we start to hear them. People are saying Armageddon. It's so bad, but it's so good. But it's so bad.
Moonfall. It should be Moonfall, right? God, that movie.
Valerie, thank you for grabbing something from the store there. They say, thanks to the whole NSF team for your great work. Go Ax2. Also, hi, Benny. Hi, Benny. Let's see. Max, you said earlier that there was some sort of some concerning clouds nearby. Is there? What's the weather situation looking like?
Well, mercifully for our skin, some cloud cover is coming in and blocking out the sun, giving us some needed thermal relief, I guess you could say. But I was just looking at the radar, and there doesn't look to be any rain on Merritt Island itself. But there is some just inland going towards Titusville. But this whole system seems to be moving south. So right now, it just looks like pretty harmless cloud cover.
Alrighty then. Well, there does look like there's some storms sort of way out into the ocean, into the Atlantic. There's some storms north of Titusville, but looks like we're in the clear right now on this radar here.
Yeah, the
We'll keep
forecast
watching
for
that.
today. The forecast for today improved to 75% chances of go conditions, with only one thing being tracked, which is upper level cloud and ambient clouds. So that's the only thing that they're tracking for today.
Yeah, you don't want to run into an anvil cloud. That would be bad.
Yeah,
Like hard
very
metal
Acme.
surface. Yeah, very Acme. Thank you. Thank you.
You
For
know,
a second,
I knew where you were going.
yeah, for a second there, I didn't think you did, so I'm glad you did. Max, what?
I'm old enough to remember those.
If we actually zoom out on one of our robot cameras pointing towards Pad A, there's actually a pretty wicked looking anvil cloud way out over the ocean right now. It's a really cool backdrop.
Oh, I think that's what we're looking at on the radar.
I gotcha.
So We'll
Okay.
see if we can get a camera on that. That's a good call. That'd be cool to look at it on the radar, then look at it in real life. Let's see here. Let's do some more questions. Nadia says the movie should be trains, planes, and automobiles. Can we get a 21st century version of that? That's like, I don't know, spacecraft, submarines, and a third thing. Trains again, just because trains are cool. Anyways, let's see here. Questions that you want to jump on?
Not currently, but I can pick up some more questions in just a minute.
Yeah, grab a couple more. All right, so the crew is on board. They are getting strapped in. Well, they are strapped in now. And so the next big thing we're going to be looking at is the comm checks, the suit pressure checks, and of course, door closure on Dragon itself. I really shouldn't call it a door. I should call it a hatch, right, Max?
I think hatch is the more correct term to use. Yes.
Door just does not feel serious enough. Like hatch, yeah, it's a hatch. Note to self, call it a hatch.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doors on any spacecraft. That'd be a bad day, I think.
Or a good day, like it's a spacecraft big enough that you need a door. I'm thinking like Star Trek.
Fair. Okay, you got me there.
Kurt Gulliker is asking, what do the numbers on the pad ninjas mean? That's basically like for identification, right, Max?
I believe so. I don't know if SpaceX has released anything publicly about that. I mean, I think it's safe to assume that's strictly for like identification over video, because of course, when the pad ninjas or any personnel around the astronauts that are about to ingress. They're, of course, covered up in their bunny suits. They have their masks on to prevent any germs or any, like, dare I say, debris coming towards the astronauts and risking infection or getting sick. Because you of course, you don't want that on the space station, because that's just bad news for everybody. So I think that is just for ID.
Yeah, it makes sense. You just sort of want to keep track of everything going on, and if anything should happen in the way of an anomaly or just like something slightly off nominal, you want to be able to track every single thing, every piece of detail and data that you have to sort of come to a conclusion as to what might have happened. Let's see here. Khalid is asking, can they communicate with the crew through Starlink yet? Alex, do we know what the deal is? Is there a Starlink on the Crew Dragon Freedom?
Nope, not yet. But Polaris Dawn, launching later this year, she'll be testing Starlink communications on Crew Dragon. So hopefully we'll see something like that, maybe on Starship, because Starship already has a Starlink antennas on it. So maybe we'll see that once Crew actually launches on Starship.
Hopefully.
Oh, there you can see. I believe they're going to be undergoing those checks on the communication system.
Oh, let's see if we can hear it. I hope we have good audio.
You can see on the top left, between Shoffner. But you can see on the top left of the internal view, you can see one of the patches. That is the patch from the previous mission that this capsule supported, which was Crew 4.
Oh, they like leave it in the vehicle?
Yep.
That's
to
cool.
mark that it flew that mission. Endeavour is it already has 3 patches. Once it comes back down, it'll have a 4th patch. It's
Nice.
currently up there in the ISS.
I really enjoy seeing the crews when they're strapped in, just all the little details and things that they have. Like they've got the little leg cushion that also is like a snack holder and whatever other important things they actually need to have that aren't snacks. And it holds the iPad, and they've all got they've all got watches on. They're all just like they're strapped in, ready to go. They've got everything they need. You can see the like umbilical that goes into their legs. Love it. Let's see here. 2 hours, 31 minutes to go. Edward Brown is asking, can anyone on the rocket actually fly it? What would happen in the event of a comms failure? Is the ship remote controlled or autopilot? My understanding is that Crew Dragon can be manually controlled. They've done some manual control around the station with it. But nominally it is all automated. Is that a fair statement, Alex?
Yeah, and they can change the commands. So they can command the Dragon. So it is automated, but that doesn't mean that the control is only from the ground. They can also command the Dragon. So it can be automated by the crew themselves. So you don't even need full manual control. Because the question is asking why what does that happen if they lose communications with the ground? They still can command autonomous control of the vehicle from inside of the capsule, because the capsule does things on its own, but then asks, hey, can I keep doing it? Am I good? And that kind of stuff. And so they can approve that from the capsule itself. The crew is allowed to do that.
That makes sense. Flight Perspective is correcting me and saying the leg mount for stuff is a pilot thing from way back. Yeah, I think those are called knee boards, right? I just like to call it a snack holder because I'm a dork. Here's a good one. Steingrabba is asking, any guesses on the 0G indicator?
Ooh.
Huh. Yeah, Max, any thoughts here? I mean, for those that may be new, typically on these SpaceX launches, on the crew launches, we get some sort of stuffed animal type deal, or at least mascot, that gets launched, and you can see it floating around the cabin, and they call it a zero-G indicator because of that. Every launch, we kind of like find out what it is once they get on orbit, and it starts floating around the cabin. Also, this shot is insane. What
we were
a
able
shot.
to see all the pads. We saw
Every
Blue
single
Origin,
pad.
we saw
Yeah.
Delta 4, Falcon 9, Slick 441.
That was one heck of a shot.
Wow.
Helicopter views of LC-39A are pretty difficult to beat, I'd say.
Agreed. So yeah, zero-G indicator, thoughts?
They haven't really hinted at any kind of zero-G indicator yet, have they? I haven't seen any like hints from any of the crew of what it could be. So I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't seen any hints either. Alex?
I haven't seen anything, but I'm now curious what it's gonna be.
Yeah, me too. Chat is just nonstop saying a Starship plushie. A full stack Starship plushie.
That would be amazing.
Well,
That would be an amazing zero-G indicator, I gotta say.
where you know where you can order that?
Shop.NASASpaceflight.com.
There you go.
Let's see here. Xbar is asking, did the shuttle have pad ninjas? They definitely had closeout crew, which I think is the more technical term. But they were not, all dressed in black and super cool looking. Right, Alex?
Yeah, they had their own shuttle ground crews and everything. In fact, I do remember, for example, Doug Hurley, the commander of the first Crew Dragon human flight. He was actually the lead ground crew guy on STS-107 for Columbia.
Oh, wow.
So that is,
Oh, geez.
yeah, I do remember when we were, on the lead up to Demo 2, we saw on the day that they scrubbed, we saw them do the patch thing that we were talking about, and you can see on some of the shots from inside.
Loud and clear, Peggy, from SpaceX. How me?
We have you loud and clear.
All right, we're doing some comm checks. Let's listen in.
Yep.
It sounds like these comm checks.
All right, good afternoon. Please let us know when you get to step 1.3 and are ready for umbilical comm checks.
Wilco.
That Quindar tone just is everything.
It is. It really is. I need Quindar tones for my phone.
There's a thing about the Quindar tones that it's like Apollo era. And yeah.
Where does that term even come from?
And
Quindar.
SpaceX Dragon, we're at step 1.3, ready for a comm check.
SpaceX copies. Stand by for umbilical comm checks.
Wilco.
It actually came from the company that made it, Quindar Electronics.
Quinn Electronics, yeah.
If you have no idea what we're talking about, chat, it's the beep and boop that precede
boop.
and follow each transmission. It's like a transmission start sound and a transmission end sound. So it's meant to eliminate crosstalk. And it just sounds awesome.
Yeah, they removed that because Apollo had those. Early shuttle missions also had it. But then they removed that eventually, which is...
Huh.
I don't know why.
I think, SpaceX decided to bring back the Quindar tone for DM2. I think
Great
that was
view
the
of
first time in.
Axiom-2 crew there as we are standing by for those comm checks.
But yeah,
hang on, we have another helicopter shot.
Oh,
Call out the pads as you see them.
41.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
We weren't flying the right way.
No.
We weren't facing the right way.
I think I saw Robert Stroh though, because I think I saw the tower segment.
Tower segment construction continues.
Commander, pilot,
Shush.
MS1, MS2, comm check.
Commander has you loud and clear.
Pilot, loud and clear. MS1, loud and clear.
MS2, loud and clear.
And core loud and clear. Umbilical comm check complete. Please report when ready for seat rotation. Pilot, MS1.
All right, so we talked about...
Clear.
Pilot, loud and clear.
All right, all good news there. All those comm checks checked out, and we are now.
SpaceX Dragon, we are ready for seat rotation.
Check complete. Please report when ready for seat rotation. SpaceX copies. Will report when initiating.
All right, so we talked about the rotating
As the name
seats.
indicates, these seats are going to rotate back into the launch position.
Now I get to see them rotate. Oh man, I love the Quindar tone. It's one of the things that lets you know it's real. I'm like hesitating to talk. I don't want to talk over anything. I think we're wrapping up and they're going to rotate the seats.
Should be any second now.
Crew looking very happy and very confident,
This is a great view as well of the whole crew.
right? All right, well, let's wait and see and
Dragon
watch.
copy.
That might have been the initiation of the seat rotation. Let's watch. Yep, there we go.
We can see those seats now rotating back into the launch position.
Dragon SpaceX initiating seat rotation.
Dragon copy.
It just, something about that's futuristic to me.
Because the original Dragon had the thing the other way around. It was the control panel that rotated.
I like this way more.
Yep.
All right, well, the crew is in launch position. 2 hours and 22 minutes to go.
Dragon SpaceX, seats are in the launch position.
Dragon copy.
As you can see by the handy graphic on screen, the next thing we're going to be looking at is the hatch closure on Crew Dragon Freedom. While we wait for that, more viewer questions. If you have any questions, at NASASpaceflight in chat, we will see your question pop up and maybe answer it. Dan H is asking, any update on the progress of the update to Slick 40 to launch Crew? Alex, what's going on with Slick 40? They're building a crew tower there, or at least a tower. Any updates? What did we see in our latest flyover, which you can watch on our channel?
Yeah, so they are right now finishing up the foundation of the tower and should be really close to building it up. So stay tuned for more updates on the next flyover.
Nice. Good work. Let's see here.
Jack,
Hey,
I want to
Elise.
ask you.
Oh, go for it.
Suit leak check preparation.
Wait.
We're doing suit leak checks.
There we go. Closing the visors.
Once the suit leak checks are complete and the closeout team closes the side hatch for flight, things will start moving a lot quicker. The opportunity.
Thanks, Kate. Now back to NSF.
What were you going to say?
I was gonna ask you, Jack. Do you think any of them, especially the mission specialists, because we see sometimes in those 2 hours they can be a little bit long for them, right? And we see them maybe sort of falling asleep. Do you think any of them is gonna take a nap?
I don't know. I mean, if it was me, no way. Although there's always the odd anxiety nap, which can happen. But no, I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens. They both look very alert and excited, and hopefully 2 hours is not a whole long time to wait. It's not like they're going to be sitting on this thing for 6 hours and they're going to hold and all that. It's an instantaneous window to the ISS, right? So they're either going to go or they won't, and hopefully they're not waiting so long they feel the need to take a nap. Who is the? Oh wait, we're going to see the pads.
Dragon copies and concurs. You are go for Section 3 suit leak check.
Copy. Go for Section 3 suit leak check.
There's Blue Origin.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
All right, so that communication back and forth there between Commander Peggy Whitson and SpaceX Core, or Crew Operations and Resource Engineer. On that console today is Arthur Berrialt. That is the primary voice that we will be hearing communicating to the crew members. That back and forth, just confirming that the crew is ready to go to march into that next step, which, as they said, would be the suit
There's
checks.
a poor Canaveral.
Yep. Cruise ships.
Essentially, we
This is
inflate
awesome.
the suits.
No, don't zoom out.
There's 36. Just went behind there.
Yep. There you go.
Oh wow! Look at
There
that
you go.
shot.
That's beautiful.
You can see Pad 40, the one that we were talking
There's pad
about,
40. Yep.
and all the
There's
other
36.
pads.
37.
41.
40.
Is that Blue's pad?
Yep. And 41 coming up on the left here.
You got the whole gaggle of pads.
Wow!
What a shot.
What a shot!
As we're looking at this whole booster here, Space Podcast is asking, why do some of the boosters have a black paint scheme on its bottom half? Possibly to condition the fuel in the first tank on the bottom. Are they just talking about the soot? Alex, did you add this one to the queue?
Yeah, I added that one because
You can actually
sometimes
kinda
people
see,
think that it's actually
the
paint.
crew-
It's not paint, it's the suit. There's also the other way around, where a suited booster seems to be new because it gets frosty, and so you don't see the suit, and it's all white, and it looks white and clean and everything. And people are like, oh, I thought they were cleaning these boosters. And no, they don't clean the boosters. This booster, however, it is new, so it hasn't flown already, and it doesn't have any suit on it. So you don't see any of that black suit on it.
Yeah, it's a brand spanking new, nice and shiny, white and clean booster.
It's gonna get very dirty here in just a
They're now underway.
2 hours and 17 minutes with that launch.
You can see the crew doing the pressure check right now. It's almost like their arms are like
They're a
sticking out.
balloon.
Yeah, they're doing balloon mode.
Balloon mode.
All right, so we'll wait to hear what the results of that pressure check is. And hatch closure looks like about to happen. They're doing some FOD checks and they're getting ready to close it up. Button up this gumdrop.
Yeah, it makes sense because, while the crew's getting those leak checks, they can also check the hatch and do something in the way. In the meantime.
Matthias is asking, seeing the rotating seats, doesn't that make you think of how the seats will be in Starship? Would be something like that, no? Yes, that's what we were talking about earlier. Pretty interesting. Let's see here. I got distracted by chat for a second. What is the Codor thing in chat? I've never noticed that.
4 good suits. At this time, closeout team will perform final steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Proceed to Section 4, side hatch close, and report when ready to close hatch.
We'll go for Dragon. 4 good suits.
All right, it sounds like 4 good suits.
All right, good news
Now
there.
they're
We
gonna close the
have
hatch.
4 good suits.
Excellent. All right,
So
hatch closure.
So far, things seem to be progressing smoothly.
That's
Yeah.
what we want to see. Guy's got his fancy LED wand, doing a FOD check on that door seal. Super important.
That's Ninja 30 from the super chat before.
Oh, yes, it is.
Well, hello, Ninja 30.
I still don't know if I should say their name. What's up, Chris?
The hatch.
SpaceX copies.
I think that's a very polite way of saying it's time for them to go so we can go to space.
What were we going to say, Max?
Everyone's just laughing before they talk. Now I see how it is. But I was saying that these FOD checks are super critical to ensure a good, tight seal around the hatch, because something as small as a hair can completely obstruct and corrupt the seal around the hatch, and thus and thus causing further problems and delays, which actually can lead to a scrub if it's not mended. So these
didn't that happen?
Very serious.
Did that happen on a launch, or do they just have to delay things? I forget.
I think DM2 was working some kind of FOD deal when on their actual launch day, and there was some delay in their timeline. But of course, it didn't matter for launch. They were able to mend it, but
got it. All right. Well, let's get that door checked out and get it closed. There's still a pad ninja down there. It's so weird because we start off watching that view on the right where the seats are in a completely different orientation, and this would be impossible. And now there's just somebody underneath them like it's no big deal.
Loud and clear over ground station.
Core loud and clear. Ground station comm check complete. Stand by for TDRS comm check.
All right, ground station comm check complete. TDRS is the on-orbit way that they communicate before we get a Starlink working, so now we're going to check out comms using that.
Yep. Tracking data relay satellite.
TDRS.
Yep. I believe they're checking right now.
A few minutes from side hatch closing, but until then we still have a good view of the crew in the capsule with one of the closeout crew members in the lower part of the screen there. You see them
seems like
working on their tablets.
They're checking on the
They each have one. Nice view of the Dragon capsule.
The cargo underneath the
great weather
seats
out there.
All right, let's see here. Wow. Edward Brown just coming into the room and shouting things out. Edward Brown is asking, are the crew proper astronauts or tourists? You know what? I'm not. Of all the things I like to get particular about and debate, like meatball versus worm or shuttle versus Buran or any of the things, they're astronauts. I mean, come on. I don't know. Does anyone else here feel differently? Don't let me stop you.
I mean, this is sort of like the dwarf planet debate, right?
Right.
Just because they're commercial astronauts doesn't mean they are not astronauts. They're still astronauts. They're just not government astronauts. They are. I mean, one of them was a government astronaut, which was Peggy Whitson, and she's now a commercial astronaut.
Yeah, she is by definition an astronaut.
Mm-hmm.
Chris B, NASASpaceflight in chat, just says shuttle. Like, no, no context, no other words. Shuttle. Agreed.
Oh, because you said shuttle versus ground.
Oh, right.
You did.
That's the only thing. Of all the things that you said, that's the only thing he heard.
Right, and that's and there is now a poll.
Loud and clear over TDRS.
Core loud and clear. TDRS comm check complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Excellent.
Cough Discovery is the best shuttle.
It's Atlantis.
Dragon, this is DC on countdown 1. Comm check.
DC, we have you loud and clear.
DC, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD, we have you loud and clear on countdown 1.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD on Dragon to ground, we have you loud and clear.
MD, loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1, comm check.
We have you loud and clear on countdown 1, LD.
LD is you loud and clear as well. Stand by for my comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD, Dragon to ground 1, comm check.
We have you loud and clear, LD.
LD also has you loud and clear.
All right. Sounds like a whole bunch of good comm checks.
Launch configuration and comm checks complete.
Excellent. I love that I got in Atlantis as the best shuttle. And so you couldn't say anything, Max, because we had to go through comm checks.
I was cut off like 2 or 3 times. Yeah, that's
that was amazing.
Better though, I have to say though.
All right, everyone can have their own favorite shuttle as long as it's the space shuttle and not Buran. But the actual poll in chat is shuttle versus Buran, so we don't have to pick shuttle orbiter favorites.
Well, then we should do that. We should have that next, shouldn't we?
See, people are saying in chat that Buran didn't fly with crew, and I'm like, yeah, that's why it's the best, because it didn't need crew to fly.
Categorically wrong. They could have auto-landed the shuttle if they wanted to.
Yeah, with a long cable that they had to develop after Columbia. I can do that too, you know.
It was something that was going to be a thing even from the early days of the shuttle. They just ended up not using it too much.
Sure,
or implementing it. Oh my god. All right. We have started a disaster here. Anyways, 2 hours 7 minutes to go. The launch of Axiom-2 on booster 1080. We are waiting for hatch closure. We just went through a whole bunch of comm checks. And everything seems to be progressing smoothly. Max, any weather updates?
The sun is back out, and the clouds are seeming to thin out over the Kennedy Space Center. So it's providing enough shielding from the sun at times, but honestly, so far, it's still an absolutely gorgeous afternoon, which is great news.
Excellent. Starship 24 is asking,
will
Starship...
We're finishing up with those comm checks. And I want to point out, for those that might be tuning in for the first time or might not be familiar with
Hey.
Thanks, Kate. All right, back to our broadcast. Let's see here. Starship 24 was asking, will Starship interior be similar to Crew Dragon? I mean, obviously it'll be much bigger, but one could, sort of extrapolate that they'll learn things from Dragon, sort of like what we're talking about with the rotating seats, and be able to apply that to Starship. So probably similar. Oh, we've got the weather radar up on the left-hand side once again. Things are looking good. Nothing really super troubling there, right?
Doesn't seem to be.
Bad.
Things seem to be trending in the right direction, as we like to say.
I love Philip. Philip Sloss in our back channel saying shuttle auto land and CSCS are different things. So thank you, Philip. Shuttle could auto land.
Yeah, with a crew on board.
Oh my god! Oh, I'm not. All right, we've got the timeline on the left-hand side. Alex, take us through the timeline. Where are we at, and what are we going to see next?
Okay, so we've just had the crew on board Dragon. They are seated on Dragon. They have done all of the comm checks, the suit leak checks. They are now ready to, the pad ninjas are ready now for that hatch closure on Freedom. And after that, we should be, hopefully it is, in in good condition on the first try. And then it's going to be a little bit of a lull for about an hour or so as they go through all the system checks and they clear the pad and everything. They had that extra hour in between there, sort of to have a little bit of a buffer time in case the hatch is not properly closed or properly sealed, I should say. And so that's where we're going to go right now. After that, they're going to go into all the go, no-go polls and into the propellant load sequence. There you can see the clock at the press site. I think I know who that person is.
Is that Manuel?
I think yes, that's Manuel.
Shout out. What up, Manuel?
¿Qué pasa?
It's funny because when you guys were talking on comms not too long ago, he came over to me and asked me where he should go do his little bit. I'm like, dude, go by the countdown clock.
Right.
And as fate has
should
it,
appear.
It's extra amusing too, just as a quick aside, because we've often joked that he is everywhere. Like he's just constantly everywhere at every launch,
really
every
is.
activity. So only fitting that he would be in that shot as well.
Fair.
It's like a reverse Where's Waldo, where it's just like really easy to see him and all the just the only person in the entire field.
If Manny's not there, honestly, it's kind of worrying.
Right. All right, let's do some more viewer questions as we wait to... Oh, the crew's waving. Are we about to close the hatch?
Yeah, probably final hatch
It appears
closing
so.
procedure.
SpaceX closeout team is taking final steps in preparation for side hatch closure. Stand by for transition to pad hatch closed. Ensure all items are secure from now through launch.
Copy. Closeout teams performing the final actions. We have secured all items prior to launch, and we're ready for the flight computer transition.
So great news there as we...
Radical Isotope in chat is saying that Kate said that they do not have games on their iPads. I find that hard to believe.
They officially don't have games on their iPads.
Not even like Snake or something? Come on. All right, hatch is getting closed.
I have a question for you both.
Go.
Go ahead.
In the shuttle program, what was your favorite call out or milestone pre-launch?
Ooh.
I'm too young for that. I mean, I was around and I knew about space, but I wasn't too in depth with, like I'm now. I was not a space nerd.
I don't know about pre-launch, but I always liked Clear the Tower. Like shuttle endeavors clear the tower. Also the roll program call out. There's a reason it goes in the intro because it's awesome.
Yep.
I don't know, Max. What do you have a favorite? Looks like the hatch is closed. Now they're gonna do a pressure check.
Yep. Well, actually, when they were going through their suit leak checks, the one call out that kept coming to mind from shuttle was crew close and lock your visors and initiate O2 flow.
It's like it's business time.
It's go time. Yeah. Absolutely.
That's a good one. Let's see here. James Sargent says, "Awesome coverage, guys. Is the booster already fueled?" No.
Hey, if this were the shuttle, then it will be
3.
Dragon copies. We'll follow along.
Okay.
So if we were to see a pressure loss during this leak check, it would be an indication that something with the seal isn't sitting quite right, in which case the closeout team would be able to reopen the hatch, wipe it down, inspect it. Of course, whenever we are helping the crew...
Hopefully that doesn't happen.
Right.
I actually added this question, a little bit of more shuttle here. Shuttle actually had the whole thing fueled when the crew was on board the vehicle. So
yes.
It was already fueled when the crew arrived. It was alive, as they were saying, because you have all of the vents and all of the precipitation systems and everything already ongoing on the vehicle. Here, Dragon is fueled. but the booster on the rocket, the first and second stages are not fueled right now. They did load a little bit of the pressurizing helium on the COPVs of the booster and the second stage ahead of time. They're going to load the last few of that while in the countdown, but right now the rocket is not loaded with propellants.
To add on to that, Alex, I believe, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Dragon and Falcon, or this Dragon is the first crewed spacecraft to where the crew board, where the launch vehicle is not fueled. Because if you think back to Shuttle and the Saturn V, Titan II in Atlas, all those rockets were already fueled when the crew boarded.
Yeah, we take it for granted now, but SpaceX had to fight a serious fight with NASA in order to be able to do this load and go procedure. And that is all because the way Falcon 9 works, it gets the maximum efficiency and the most bang for their buck out of that propellant by sub-chilling it, like we were talking about earlier, which, can be tricky. It can mean that you don't have a long launch window, or that you have to take so long to do a recycle or what have you. But it also gives you a bunch more performance into your rocket, and we're seeing some of that performance used today, as this is the first RTLS of a crew mission. But all that is to say, I do wonder how different it is, walking up to a quote-unquote alive vehicle versus walking up to one that is not yet alive. I feel like walking up to a vehicle that's frosty and hissing and is full of propellant in one way is more cool, but it also just seems kind of bonkers.
More scary.
Yeah, it's a little bit more sketch. I immediately think of the what was that? A Titan II, the missile accident, the I think it's called the Damascus incident, where the guy in the missile silo dropped a socket wrench and it fell into the silo and it hit the rocket and caused an explosion. It was like a whole thing. Fueled rockets are not to be trifled with. So in some ways it makes more sense, but I do wonder also, sorry if I'm just blathering on here, but I do wonder also, what is it like to be inside the crew capsule? Do they hear propellant starting to flow into the vehicle? Do they hear things hissing? That's got to be cool. Alex, tell me more.
They did talk about that, and they hear the vehicle just coming alive they can hear all the valves on even when they activate the crewscape system is armed. You can hear the valves opening, so that in any occasion the propellants can be pressurized and the engines can light up. That is sort of one of the things that they do when they arm the escape system. The valves, the liquid oxygen, the kerosene, and everything loading into the vehicle. They can hear all of that because it's right next to them. It's bonkers.
It's so cool. Who knew? Going to space is cool. Let's see here. Happy Mom, thanks for becoming a PadRat member. Once again, we really appreciate all of our members. Thank you so much for becoming a PadRat member and for showing us that support so we can continue to bring our coverage to everybody around the world, whether or not they can support us with the member program or super chats or what have you. Let's see. TFV is asking, is Peggy the pilot or commander? She's the commander, right, Max?
Yes, sir. Peggy is the commander for this mission, and it makes perfectly good sense given her extensive space travel history. And I think this is the first flight for everybody else on board, so they're being led by a pro.
As you would want to be. I mean, it makes sense.
Absolutely.
Let's see here. Let's do some more viewer questions. Flawed Perspective. Where was that one from Flawed? Flawed Perspective wants to know, when the FTS is armed, who decides to trigger it on a crew mission? I think it's the same, range safety officer as any other launch.
Nope.
No? Go ahead.
No.
Go ahead, Alex.
Remember, Falcon 9 has an automated flight termination system.
Oh, that's true.
So it is the own rocket that decides to, terminate the flight. It controls itself.
presumably it's not going to do that until Crew Dragon has separated and is safely away from the vehicle.
Correct.
Yeah, so the way that it is done is once both the FTS and the Crew Dragon detect a problem with a rocket, the Dragon commands a shutdown of the engines on the first stage or the second stage if it's on second stage flight. And that command is sent, and as soon as that command is sent, it gets off. It doesn't care if the engines actually shut down or anything, it just gets off the rocket, and the rocket then does its thing of, failing flight termination system, whatever. But at least once it is activated, the crew is already out.
All right, so you may have noticed the absence of a voice on this stream. DOS is not on for a crew launch, which is sort of unique. So what is DOS doing right now? Well, he's doing an NSF Live. We have another stream running right now. DOS is doing NSF Live in partnership with the Intrepid Museum. We do one of these partnership NSF Lives every month. He's actually talking with the crew recovery team and talking about what they're going to be doing, all of the sort of the details of what they do, and in a little bit we'll be talking about what they're going to be doing on launch day. So we will listen into that when we get there. But yeah, that is another stream that we have running right now. We also, DOS has also been working on a video that we're about to go live with. What happened with Starship? Everything broken down from the first launch in excruciating detail. Ryan did a great job editing this very rapidly. And DOS did a great job just sort of explaining everything. This is going to be an epic video. It's like an hour long, if I'm not mistaken. So that is going to be a real treat when it goes live. So make sure you are subscribed and have the notification and all the YouTube things going. It's premiering today at 6 p.m.
Yeah, we also had a few community posts on YouTube. So if you want to see a sneak peek of what it's going to have, you can go to the community tab on the channel and you see some of the screenshots of the video. And yeah, it's going to be really cool because we go in depth. We go into all of the stuff that failed and what SpaceX is doing now to sort of, not repeat those errors, because that's what they do, right? They fail, fix, and fly again. And that's their philosophy. And that's what we sort of look into, the things that fail, and then what's going to happen next. What sort of things are they going to be using to fix those things?
I am spamming the link in chat, so click on the link, get the notification. That's going live at 6 p.m. later on today. It's going to be great. I'm really excited for this one. We don't always do the sort of longer, deep dive videos, and I think, if these do well, maybe we'll do some more. So hopefully you all like that. But that's what DOS is up to. Stay tuned, and we'll hear more from the Intrepid Museum folks here in a little bit. All right, Jasper K, thank you for upgrading to a Red Team membership. Don't forget, you get all kinds of behind-the-scenes stuff. You get members-only photos and videos and preview videos and all kinds of cool stuff as a Red Team member. Plus, you get the chat emoji. So thank you so much for becoming a member, Jasper K. I can't hear the name Jasper and not think of the Simpsons character. Which immediately makes me think of the one where he was had his beard stuck in the pencil sharpener. Anyways, nobody knows what I'm talking about.
I do know.
I've watched way too much Simpsons. Musical Wolves, thank you for the support. They say, how soon before launch does the water tower fill? Who knows this trivia answer here?
Max, do you want to go?
That sounds like a no to me. Alex, go.
So you'll see way long, deeper into the countdown, about 2 minutes. You're gonna see the sort of like a leak from the tower, from the water tower. That is not a leak. That is, you could call it a leak, but it is sort of on purpose. That is not that there's a problem with the tower, with the water tower. That is sort of the way of checking that the water tower is full of water. So that's when it is fully loaded. The water is usually on, I believe it is on ground tanks between LC-39A and LC-39B. If you look at Google Maps, you can see a little bit to the northeast, northwest, excuse me, from LC-39A. They have like 2 big tanks there. Those are for the water, and they push those using pressure and everything, and they push up to the tower, and during the countdown, that tower is being loaded and everything, and that's how they make sure that it is fully loaded.
It's like a nominal overflow. Let's see. Drew Nar, thank you for the support. They're saying, does the pilot sit on the left or right seat? I swear NASA changed it up just to mess with everyone. What's the seating arrangement, Alex? And is it constant?
I believe it is the same as the shuttle, because on the shuttle it was on the right, and here is also on the right, looking into the controls. So if you're seated on the seats and looking up to the controls, the commander is on the left and the pilot is on the right. And I believe that was the same as well for the shuttle. Maybe Philip can correct me.
Now we all wait for Philip. Let's see here. John Murray becoming a Pad Rat member. Thank you so much, John. A whole bunch of new members on this stream. It's so awesome. Like, thank you so much, everybody. Synth Guy. Ooh, I wonder what kind of synth. Becoming a Red Team member. Leslie P becoming a Pad Rat member, and Game Time UK registered trademark becoming a Capcom member. Game Time, you get perhaps the best of all perks at Capcom level and above. We have Discord access. We have a awesome members Discord where all kinds of fun stuff goes down. All sorts of different channels for whatever your interest in spaceflight may be. There's a small sat channel. There's a tech chat. There's a gaming channel. There's all kinds of cool stuff. There's a Starship channel, of course. So yeah, Discord access. You get it. Enjoy it, Game Time. We hope you do. We love coming up with cool ways to show our thanks for all of the members who support what we do. If you're considering becoming a member, please give it a try. I mean, worst case, you cancel it in a month. But I don't think you will, because
Manuel's is still there?
Yeah, he's still going.
Oh my goodness, he is.
Somebody screenshot this and text it to him, please.
Oh, I wish I had his number. Wait, I do have his number, actually.
I suspect you do.
Oh, there you go, Max. You're gonna be the one.
Make it happen.
Somebody send me a screenshot so I can. I'm not in the.
Yeah, stand by.
Yeah,
I got you. Inside baseball. Let's see here. Sarah E, thank you for the support. They say, just a shout out to the UK people, but about 15 minutes after launch, Dragon should be visible to the naked eye, going over, headed west to east. # Discord fan club. Thank you for that, Sarah. That is a great shout out. So yeah, Sarah E from our Discord.
I know her. Yeah.
So yeah, if you are in the UK region, make sure you go outside about 15 minutes after launch and look up. All right. I got Alex, answer a question. I got to do a thing.
Well, I was also gonna say, because I said, oh yeah, I know her, and that that is sort of the way that you can know that I'm very active on Discord.
Right.
Because I talk a lot there. Yeah, and yeah, I can grab a question right here. Hold up. Because there was one where a random person asked before, how many Gs does the crew pull at maximum during flight? And that is a great question, because hopefully in under nominal situations, sort of the maximum Gs that they're going to pull, at least during launch, is 3.5. But if they have an escape system, kind of situation, that could be up to about 6, I think. Which, knock on wood, it doesn't happen. But if it were to happen, that is sort of the situation that it will have for Gs. Now, for re-entry, they will see sort of the same peak Gs, but it doesn't last too long. It is about 6 Gs, more or less, on re-entry. But again, it's like a few seconds only. So not that big of a deal. I mean, it's still a lot of Gs, but...
Yeah, 3.5 on the way up is not... it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's still 3.5 times your body weight, which is insane.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, based on how the crew is oriented in the capsule at that point on Ascent. At that point, when they're pulling those Gs, you're flying on only stage 2. It's not like you're in a fighter jet where the G's are top to bottom on your body, like pulling, or like where you're being pushed down from your head to your feet. In a rocket, at least in Dragon, with the way you're sitting, all that weight is being pushed on your chest. So it's like 3 or 3.5 times your body weight, literally pushing on your chest.
Yep.
So you can imagine how that feels, or how maybe uncomfortable that might be to some people.
Yeah, it's no joke. I've always wanted to try out like a centrifuge or whatever, just to see, how many G's I can handle.
Yes.
It would be really fun. I went to, what do you call it? Not Space Camp. It was run by the same company. It was like fighter jet camp. It was like called like Aviation Challenge or something like that. And they, as one of the things you did as your final like test or whatever of the week, they put you in it wasn't like a real centrifuge, like a crazy cool one you see in a movie or something, but it was a thing that spun you around and subject you to G-force. Somebody got a notification. I have no idea what G-forces I was subjected to, but it was definitely fun. But 3.5 does not sound like a lot, but is quite a bit. Phoenix Shade in chat saying some roller coasters pull as much as 5 Gs, but it's brief. It's like for a fraction of for an instant, and it's not for like a sustained period of time as the vehicle is accelerating or something like that. Anyways, speaking of, so it was 3.5 on the way up. Alex, what did you say it was on the way down?
About 6 Gs, more or less. It kind of
Good Lord.
Oof.
Yeah, but it's for a few seconds only.
Oh man, sign me up. But yeah, speaking of re-entry, we were talking about Das doing that museum show right now. He had a chance to ask some questions about re-entry and how all of that goes. Let's take a look at that.
That's the interesting thing. Like, we talk about crew recovery, and everybody knows, they've come back from space, they've already done their mission, and then they're going to splash down, and here are the zones, and, the splashdown is the big news when it comes to crew recovery. But crew recovery teams also have to be prepared for launch, right? Sam, start that off for us.
Yeah, we're absolutely prepared on launch. So we actually have 2 separate teams. We have what's considered a return after fail to dock launch team, which is on standby during the launch mission operations, just in case something happens where if the capsule gets up to space and starts to rendezvous with the ISS, they encounter some kind of a difficulty and they're not able to dock the way they're supposed to, and they have to come back home. We kind of try and pick them up like we would any other mission to what we call a support area, where we have our NASA team members. If it's a SpaceX flight, our SpaceX team members would be there as well. If it's a Boeing flight, we would have our Boeing team with us. Gotcha. And we would pick them up like any other recovery mission.
Gotcha. Lily, I got the answer back, and they're already in the capsule.
Wow.
So you could have to go out and wave at 39A. I was completely out of the loop on exactly where they were in that count, but
moving quick, I like it.
Yeah. So there's one sort of thing where they've gone all the way up. They're trying to, their mission, like with Axiom-2, they're trying to rendezvous with the International Space Station, and something goes wrong, right? This isn't the Expanse, where, I don't know, open the airlock and hold your breath and dive into the other ship. That's not how this works, right? If something goes wrong and they can't dock, they would actually come back down out of orbit. Do they shoot for the normal recovery locations, or are there like backup recovery locations? How does that work?
Yeah, on a good day, we take them right back to a recovery location where we would normally be doing our returns to at the end of a mission. SpaceX has 7 different locations around the state of Florida, both in the Atlantic and the Gulf, which we consider supported sites where we can go pick them up after what is unfortunately would have been a shorter mission, something that they, something went wrong if we had to go get them this early. But otherwise, we'll pick them up from one of those locations at the end of their full mission and bring them back home.
Dragon, avionics on countdown 1, comm check.
Dragon has avionics loud and clear.
Avionics loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the ground segment engineer.
Dragon, ground segment on countdown 1, comm check.
Dragon has ground segment loud and clear.
Ground segment loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by launch control.
Dragon, launch control on countdown 1, comm check.
And Dragon, or launch control, we have you loud and clear inside Dragon.
Launch control loud and clear. Stand by for comm check by the Chief Engineer.
Dragon, Chief Engineer on countdown 1 with a comm check.
We have you loud and clear, Durst, on 1. Thanks.
All right. This completes the Falcon 9 Dragon comm checks. Thank you.
All right, so we had that little bit from DOS, and there we have some comm checks completed.
Yep, because we had earlier comm checks with Mission Control in Hawthorne, and this was with Launch Control Center at KSC Fire Room 4.
Perfect. All right. Well, things are progressing along exactly as we want them to. Hooray! John Murray upgrading to Capcom membership. Thank you, John. Once again, at Capcom level and above, you get Discord access. So pop into Discord and say hey, John. And Alex Gar, thank you for the support. Very cool. All right, let's do some more questions. Whitney and John Cook are asking us to explain the need for such extensive seat belting for the crew. Why do they need to be strapped in so thoroughly? I mean, I think the answer to that is because they're going to space, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's also because of the, we were talking before about the Gs that they have, the loads, those Gs during ascent, and also in case of an abort, you need to be strapped in very properly, right? And so that is very important for you to be strapped in, because any jolt in one direction or the other is, it could be very serious damage.
Yeah, you don't want crew to become FOD.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see here. Looking for some more questions. Max, we might have a hot mic on you, buddy. Let's see here. A bunch of these are like really technical questions I do not know the answer to. Alex, does any of these strike your interest?
Let's see.
Innovation 2020X is asking if one and just one of the engines failed, the ship can continue ascent or it has to abort. I assume you're not talking about Starship, but we're talking about Crew Dragon here. I believe Falcon 9 can lose an engine on startup, and they'll still get to space. They probably won't go to the ISS, but they'll still get to space.
They could go to the ISS, yes.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, actually, the first commercial cargo mission, the CRS-1 mission, had an engine failure, and that was Falcon 9 Tic-Tac-Toe, which had way lower performance than this one.
For people who don't know, that he says Falcon 9 Tic-Tac-Toe because the the engine layout on Falcon 9 used to be a tic-tac-toe arrangement, like a grid of a square grid, versus now it's like the octaweb with everything sort of arranged in a circle around a center engine. That old tic-tac-toe engine arrangement, I look at it now and I'm like, that just looks busted by comparison.
Yeah, it was very, very weird.
Let's see here. Yep, I guess we got the timeline again. Alex, run through the timeline for us. Where are we at? What are we going to see next?
Sure. So we're right now in that sort of lull between crew side hatch closure on Dragon. They did leak checks, and the leak checks are good. So if you bet at the start of the stream, we had a sort of like a bet on whether they will have any issues or not. My bet was that they won't have any issues with a hatch closure, and they didn't have any issues. So there you go. I won.
Nice, you did. Good callback.
I was optimistic for once, and I won. And right now they're sort of doing what it's called a fuel bleed in on the engines, where they sort of test the valves going into the Merlin engines on the first stage. Then we're gonna see at about T-1 hour, they're gonna run their internal go-no-go polls ahead of activation, well, more like arming the escape system on Dragon and going ahead with the propellant load on Falcon 9. So that's where we are right now.
Sweet. Thank you for that. Let's see here. Don't forget, everybody watching, if you have any questions, just type your question into chat at NASASpaceflight. Ask the question. We might answer it. We probably will answer it. I'm looking for questions right now. Max, how are you feeling? What is the feeling on the ground right now out there at Kennedy Space Center?
It's still bright and sunny out here. The crowds are starting to gather a bit more, getting closer to T0 now. You know what? It feels like a great day to go to space.
It looks like a great day to go to space. Excellent. Just about an hour and 34 minutes to go. Alex, how long per that timeline do we have until fueling?
We should be about 1 hour from fueling. So that fueling is at T-minus 35 minutes. So less than 1 hour from that.
All right. Just under an hour from the start of propellant loading. We are getting closer and closer to sending these 4 astronauts into space. Here's kind of a fun one. Liva? I have no idea how to say your name. L44VA is asking, why do they use Merlin engines and not Raptor engines on Falcon 9? Because Merlin and Falcon were sort of built and designed for each other, right?
Well, yeah, because this is sort of like the chicken and egg problem, right?
Right.
Merlin and Falcon came first, and then Raptor came later. So
yeah, and if you change the engine, you're changing the propellants, which
Mm-hmm.
means you're changing the tank size, which means you're changing the whole rocket, which means you might as well just design a new rocket.
Yeah.
People may not know this or not remember. Falcon 9 was designed sort of as one of its design.
Unbearably cute, if I do say so myself. We actually have
What?
a replica of the microgravity indicator on
Dragon, SpaceX, for awareness, the closeout team has departed the crew arm.
All right, closeout
Dragon
crew has
copy.
departed the crew arm.
There we go.
We get a teaser for the zero gravity indicator? I didn't hear what they said it was.
I think it's some sort of bear or something with
it's
an
a bear.
Axiom suit. Yeah,
Cute.
a bear.
Called Gigi. It's a little dog.
It is funny because
bear
they're
thing.
announcing that, and the funny thing is the zero G indicator wears an Axiom spacesuit.
Yep.
And Axiom is providing the spacesuits for the NASA crew to wear on SpaceX's Starship. So it's not going to be the only time here with Crew Dragon, and Axiom astronauts and things like that, where Axiom and SpaceX will come together. There you can see the zero G indicator, GG or something like that, and
Nice.
it's wearing the Artemis suit provided by Axiom, and yeah, the astronauts are going to use that on Starship. So it's going to be another time where they're going to be partnering as well.
It looks kind of mean. Like, it looks like it's mad at me. Scary bear.
I'm mad at you. I want to land on the moon.
Cool, so that's the zero G indicator. I completely lost the train of thought of what we were talking about before we heard the zero G indicator stuff.
I didn't either.
All right, well, moving right along. Here's one for you, Max. Daily Hopper, is that the real Daily Hopper? Is asking, favorite place to eat near the Cape?
Oh boy. That's like asking me to choose between my own children if I had any.
Are you a Leoncito guy, or are you more of a?
But El Leoncito is probably in my top 5. I would say my top 2 would probably have to be, in no particular order. I'll name my top 2. Third Culture Kitchen in Titusville, phenomenal joint. I get their steak stir fry every single time, and it slaps. And then also, if you go down towards Port Canaveral, there's a restaurant called the Rising Tide. I think it is actually a favorite spot for SpaceX personnel, I believe. So I think those would be my top 2 for sure, and I would highly recommend both to anybody who's in the area.
All right then, thank you for that. Let's see here. Synth Guy is asking how many minutes after launch will it pass over West Europe? I think Sarah said 15 minutes. About 15 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 15 to 20. Usually, yeah, on the lower end, just in case.
Are you
not
gonna
gonna catch it. No.
I was gonna. Okay,
no,
that was my
it's
next
too
question.
far north for me.
Ah, dang it.
I'm on the southwest of Europe. Yep.
Stupid
Doesn't go over
geography.
here. It goes over here on the second orbit, but we'll see if it is even visible or not.
John Murray is asking how they find the Discord to join. John, I forget if you became a Capcom member or if you were just asking, but here, let me just go into chat. You can type !Discord, and Nightbot will pop up. Oh, NASASpaceflight's got it for me. Thanks, Chris. Sometimes it can take a little bit to propagate, but yeah, but when you get that, if you are a Capcom member or above, pop into Discord and say hey. All right. Hour and 29 minutes to go. Just under an hour and a half to launch 4 people into space. Human spaceflight. What a thing. Speaking of human spaceflight things, you can check out shop.nasaspaceflight.com. And we've got the Human Spaceflight Collection. And I love this design with the dragon and the worm-ish font. I love this shirt. So yeah, if you want to represent human spaceflight, we've got this design in t-shirt form. I love it. Pauline did a great job on that one. We've also got, because this is going to be an RTLS, we've got the launch entry and landing shirt that shows the layout of engines in particular phases of flight. Yeah, this is perfect.
Well, but it is the same as the entry burn, so we'll let it pass.
Right. We need another one that's launch entry boostback or launch boostback entry. And it also comes in mug form. So yeah, check out the merch store. We really appreciate it. Everybody supporting us however you can, whether that's getting a mug or a shirt or just hitting the like button. Oh, we also have metal prints. Let's do the metal prints. How about? We have some excellent shots from Starship's first flight from the whole crew.
Oh, can we see the one from Max? Oh, come on.
Nope. And we've got Falcon 9s. We've got all rockets, really. We're really going all over the place with this one. But yes, we have a whole bunch of amazing metal prints. They're printed right on metal. They don't need a frame. They come with
one
everything
for the landing legs. That's awesome. Oh, this one.
Yeah. So yeah, metal prints. Check them out. The cool thing about the metal prints is the photographer that took the photo gets a little bit of the money from the sale. So you're helping out the photographer as well as NSF. But yeah, anyways, that's the merch plug. Thank you everybody for considering grabbing some of our stuff for your wall or your body. Looks like Douglas. Douglas, what did you get? Douglas got something from the store. If you don't know, you can put a little message in the store purchases in the same way that you can put messages in a super chat and whatnot. So they got a hat, and what else did they get? Let's see. And a patch.
Oh, the Starship patch.
I still need to get one of those. I'm worried they're going to run out, so note to self.
See, I got it right as we announced that. We were on a Raptor side with Daz and I. And I was like, I'm going to run in, and I have it here.
Lucky.
Right now I have it in my hands. I will show it if we were doing cams like in a supply or something like that, but I cannot show it.
Let's see here. Oh, here we go. I gotta get a screenshot of this. Alex, talk about something.
Sure. 1 hour 25 minutes, as you can see there on the clock. I can grab a few questions here. Okay, so I have one here because it seems like we should remind this, I guess. Thomas Sara, I think is the name. They say, did you just say it is RTLS, Arnold Crew Dragon Offshore Recoveries? Well, the Crew Dragon, it is recovered on offshore on the ocean, but this time on this flight, the booster is landing back on land. So till now, we've seen all of the crew launches having the booster being landed on the drone ship. But for this mission, they're starting now with land landings because they apparently discovered that they can do that. They have a little bit of that performance to spare on the Falcon 9 to be able to do that.
Yeah,
so,
basically
this mission,
all of the flights of Falcon 9 that they've done at this point have given them enough data to be more confident that they'll have enough propellant left in the tanks to do certain things. And in this case, the certain thing is returning to launch after launching a crew.
Yep, and that also means that future crew missions, it's not just this one, it will also be future crew missions as well. That they will do that.
All right. What else you got, Alex?
Well, I can grab more questions if you want me to.
Yeah, please. Here's one that I will answer while you were doing that. Nadia is asking, Jack,
I
if
was
I ever
looking at the same one.
get to travel to space, will you take bacon sandwiches with you in a lunchbox? If not a lunchbox, I'll smuggle them into my spacesuit if I have to. I'll go full... What was that, John Glenn? I'll go full John Glenn. I don't care.
Didn't John Glenn smuggle a pastrami sandwich?
I thought it was a corned beef sandwich, but yeah, something like that.
I think it was. Yeah, something like that.
Hang on, I gotta... Alex, answer a question.
I'm still looking for them. Oh, here's a good one. Are all boosters for Crew Dragon new ones, or do they reuse them for crew missions? Max?
Go ahead.
So it is actually a rarity to see brand new boosters flying anymore because the amount of flight-proven boosters in SpaceX's fleet trumps any amount of new boosters. But as for flying crew, no, they do not need to use a brand new booster every single time. And I think Jared Isaacman put it best at one point put it best because Inspiration 4 launched on a booster which was I think its third or fourth flight. You would rather fly on a booster or something that is already flight proven, as opposed to a booster that is brand new with no flight data on it. So brand new boosters are not reserved for crew, and crew is free to use flight proven boosters.
Yeah, and fun fact: that booster that they used on Inspiration 4 is launching next week for its 14th mission. It's the one that you saw the other day, Max, going.
Yes, sir.
By the press site. That was so cool because it's super sooty. It's going to be the fourth booster that is flying for a 14th time. So not a lot of boosters have flown that many times.
It's a hardy veteran, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Follow up. It was a corned beef sandwich, and it was John Young, not John Glenn. I forget if I said John Glenn or John Young. It was John Young.
Okay.
Yeah, John Glenn was only Mercury and Shuttle, if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yes.
Yeah.
That makes way more sense because John Young seems like the kind of person who would do that, and John Glenn not so much.
And if I remember correctly, it was the first mission of Gemini, so it was like more daring. It was like, the first mission of the capsule, and guys just brought up that corned beef sandwich, which was like, yeah, why not? It's the first mission. There's no risk at all.
I mean, you gotta love it. You really do. Just take a sandwich into space. Why not? Let's see here. Just some more questions. Y'all, if you have any questions, now is the time to ask. Because there's a good chance we'll see it and answer it. Okay, looks like really quickly we have a little bit of a breaking news thing here. The hatch is closed and the SpaceX team is leaving the pad. According to SpaceX's mission audio feed, engineers are assessing a small leak across an isolation valve in the first stage control system to make sure it's acceptable for flight.
Worth pointing out that is the attitude control system, that is the one that is used for the booster return. So it will not affect the ascent of the flight, but it will affect the recovery of the booster.
Got it. All right. Obviously, it's a brand new booster, so... Yeah, and there's the tweet from Bill Harwood from CBS Space News. Thanks, Bill. All right, so tracking a small issue. And we will wait to hear more news in regard to that. Now our back channel is debating the merits of different foods in space.
We are super serious and professional people.
We're going to space today. It's an hour and 20 minutes. We're sending these people to space. Serious face. Let's see. RDC-DC is asking, what is the difference between the FTS from Starship and now the one on Falcon? Well, Falcon 9 right off the bat, as we were talking about earlier, has an automated FTS, where I don't think Starship has an
Starship
AFTS, does
also
it?
has an
Okay,
FTS.
thank you, Alex.
Yep.
All right, well, what else? Tell us, what are some differences? I guess that's a similarity.
Well,
So
they also
Falcon-
use shape
Go ahead, Alex.
charges. Yeah. Well, if you want to do it as well, go ahead, Max.
Well, I think right off the bat, Falcon's AFTS runs all on the racetrack. So if you look at the booster from a side angle, you will notice a black stripe that runs up and down the booster, and in that conduit is piping, wiring, and a whole bunch of stuff. But also included in that is the flight termination system, which for Falcon is designed to, I guess one could say, unzip the booster. So all propellants would be immediately evacuated from the tanks and halt performance. Whereas, as we saw on Starship, I believe that they were just those two like ball-shaped charges on both ship and booster. So a much different approach from Falcon and Starship.
Yeah, there's like a detonation core that'll run the entire length of the booster in that black conduit, like you said, on Falcon 9.
Yeah,
Dare I say that's where the party spaghetti lives? Alex,
Party spaghetti. Like,
yeah, I said it. I said
And
it.
the flight termination system, you can sort of tell what it is because it's on the. So the Falcon 9 booster has two raceways. One is the primary raceway, which is next to the TE. The Stromback there, the white structure next to the rocket. There's another raceway on the other side. That is where the FTS system is located. And you can see it because it's a little bit more bulgy on certain parts. That is actually where the FTS system charges are located.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you for that.
And Starship uses the same kind of system where there's like charges that try to break the tanks. The only problem is that for the first Starship flight, it didn't break the tanks. It just punched a hole and the tanks were still in one piece. So yeah.
Find out more at 6 p.m. when our video on all the things that went wrong on Starship's first flight goes live.
You just did what I was hoping you did. You were going to do. There you
go. James. Oh, yep, there we go. That's the thumbnail. We'll put the link in chat. Yep, that's what Das is doing now. Is working on that video. And you can see he did something with a pressure washer. You're just going to have to watch and find out.
Yep.
Let's see. Any more questions you want to hit, Alex? I'm going to thank some members real quick. Let's see. Rob Doyle, thanks for becoming a Red Team member. And Super Steph, gifting a Red Team membership. Thank you for that, both of you.
Go for Falcon 9 status.
The F9 team is going to take the action to vent the manifold for the pre-briefed Falcon 9 status. This will be a loud venting, so we do expect that you will hear it in the vehicle. They'll be taking that commanding shortly, but just giving you a heads up, you will hear this venting.
Okay, copy. Venting the manifold, and we expect to hear it. Thanks.
That's going to be exciting.
Right? We were talking about that earlier, like hearing things inside the crew capsule, and there you go. They're going to hear a vent. I hope we hear it. I don't think we will, but we'll listen in.
Just letting the crew know to expect loud venting noise. Again, that is the primary voice of communication to the crew to update them on status, as well as items like this where they are, they can...
2, 1.
It sounded like a countdown to the vent. I don't know if we're going to hear it. Oh, well. It's got to be awesome.
I have my ears open to see if we can hear it from here.
Oh, nice. It's got to be awesome to be on board the spacecraft like that and just hear it coming alive. I mean,
how can
once
you open
again,
your ears?
Oh, Alex. All right, let's see. More questions.
Venting just completed.
Okay, cool. Little Adventures is asking, what kind of Crew Dragon is this? I mean, there's only one kind of Crew Dragon, but this is Crew Dragon Freedom.
SpaceX venting complete.
On its second flight.
Dragon copies. We actually felt it more than we heard it.
Wow.
Copy.
Yeah, that was the call out.
Felt it more than they heard it.
Yeah.
Interesting. I really wonder what that, like, it's like we were talking about earlier, it's a very tall vehicle. So, I mean, it's held by the strong back and the little arms at the top underneath the trunk there, but do you think they can feel it like swaying in the wind a little bit or wiggling or?
They can probably, yeah.
Maybe a little bit. But yeah, I guess you know what, Jack? I'll ride it one day and let you know.
Oh my gosh, please. Can we have an uninterrupted Max face cam on the entire Ascent? That's my only request. I mean, we joke, but I sincerely hope we get to a point where the likes of you or I could be flying into space on Dragon, because it certainly seems like a heck of a ride and a really awesome and capable vehicle. I would feel completely safe.
I mean, the Falcon 9 has also been flown so many times already, more than 200 times that it has flown in a row since its last failure, and no single failure has happened. So that is incredible. No other rocket has achieved that.
Yeah, that's really remarkable. I mean, they've landed a Falcon 9 successfully in a row more times than some rockets have flown.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like Atlas.
That's very true. That's a very good point, and that's also very weird to say.
It is. And it's just a sign of the times that we were getting into. You can see, not to be a Debbie Downer or anything, but there are some storms that look like they're moving in your general direction, Max, so heads up. I'm unsure if there'll be an issue or not.
I do see that. I mean, who knows? I mean, given what the wind's doing, the storms could run right into the sea breeze and they could strengthen, or they can dissipate. There's really no telling what they're going to do until they do it. So, and then that's just how Florida weather is at this time of year.
Yeah, you beat me to it. Classic Florida weather.
Florida weather at its finest. Gotta love it. Welcome to rainy season.
It seems like there's definitely some more clouds that have rolled in. There was earlier it was blue sky with a little puff of cloud. Now it's a cloud sky with a little puff of blue.
A little bit, yeah. If anything, it's serving more as like a filter from the sun, so we're not boiling out here. But yeah, there's definitely more clouds. But honestly, I think it adds to the backdrop, in my opinion.
Yeah, no complaints here. All right, let's do some more questions. We talked about this a couple times, but it's worth hitting again because it's sort of a unique aspect of this launch. Julian Falwell is asking, why can this one do an RTLS? So this is the first crewed launch SpaceX is doing with an RTLS on the booster. Alex, what's going on here?
Yeah, so what they have been able to do through all the Starlink missions and all the other missions with Falcon 9 is they realized that, they kind of knew that probably Falcon 9 had the performance to go back to land on crew missions, but now through that data, they were actually, making sure that, yes, they can do that, and it is something that Falcon 9 is capable of, so they're doing it on this mission, and future crew missions will also feature a landing on the booster.
All right, I think at this point in the show, we're going to let Max jump off and take a break. Max, thanks for joining us for the start of the broadcast, and thanks for getting the camera set up and doing all the things down there at the Cape for us.
Yes, sir. I'm always happy to do it. Going to get ready for launch here, and we have T-minus 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 30 seconds left to go. So I will see you both on the other side.
Excellent. Godspeed. Have a great shoot. And you can see Max's Twitter there up on the info card at MGDE with underscores on either side of it. Go give him a follow. All right. And taking Max's place, we have the ever delightful Julia Bergeron. Julia, are you out there at the Cape as well?
Why, yes, Jack, I am out here at the Cape, and just as Max said a few moments ago, just in the time that I've been here, the temperature feels so much better with that little bit of cloud cover that I don't have to hide in the shade of our building anymore.
Hooray!
Hooray!
Yeah, that Florida sun can sometimes feel like you're just like sitting in a furnace. It can be brutal, so I'm glad you guys are getting a little bit of respite from that. You can see Julia's info up on the top right. She's on Twitter at Julia_Bergeron, so give her a follow. All right, Julia, I'm kind of sad we don't get to talk about barges today.
I know, right? There's no barges today. There isn't even a fairing to go recover, but that's okay because we do like sonic booms. And as a resident of the Space Coast, I remember being greatly disappointed when they said, oh, by the way, crew launches aren't going to have RTLS anymore, because that was kind of exciting for us to have that regularly. And looks like maybe we'll get our wish. So I'm okay with not having a barge out there. The folks that run those ships need a break too.
Yeah, all fair points. We do like sonic booms here, and we do like RTLSs. It's so cool to see the rocket coming back and landing on land. So, no complaints. Definitely not complaining. I'm just saying, you know, we like to talk about the drone ships and the port and all of that.
Very, very true. You know, here I have a question for Chad, if you don't mind, Jack. On my way in, our security forces said, oh, media, huh? When are you going to do a story about me? So, Chad, question for you. We know we have our Gators as security forces, but what would you think about maybe someday a chit chat with security forces at KSC just to see all of the cool things they do to keep our spaceport safe? What do you think?
I think that would be really cool. My one request is that we get a helicopter ride out of it. Somebody needs to get in a helicopter.
Absolutely, 100% exactly what I was thinking was, wouldn't it be cool if I could fly in the helicopter? Just saying.
That's some rare air. That would definitely be awesome. Chat is saying yes, please. So I don't know. Talk to your gruff security person next time you see that particular one and be like, well.
Absolutely, I agree. I think that would be cool because did you know we have SWAT forces out here?
Yeah, you do. Rocket SWAT? Is that a thing? I guess that's a thing.
I guess it is.
We have a few updates coming from Alex in the back channel. They're still looking at clouds at upper altitudes, but weather is good downrange. Falcon and Dragon teams are reporting no major issues. So hopefully that issue we were talking about earlier is not being tracked anymore. Hopefully it's not an issue. Oh, we can see the Port Canaveral cam. It's Port Cam. All right, and looking at the weather still, we'll keep an eye on that.
I'm enjoying the sneaky views on our live stream of a tower behind Dragon. But you guys will have to check out our last flyover. Since Starship flew, there hasn't been terribly much action out here at that pad, but there has been action elsewhere out at KSC. So check out that flyover, see what's going on, and we'll update you as we see more activity going on out here. But sneaky tower out there.
Gotta love it. Alex, do we just learn some things? Tell us what we just learned.
Sure. So the weather is not worsening or getting better. So it's like sort of as before. They're still looking at those upper clouds on, at high altitudes. They're looking good on the downrange weather and everything. It's all looking great. But one thing that it was mentioned that the RTLS on this mission can be done precisely not only because they have performance leftover, but because they're doing a different sort of thing with the engines. So we have that sweet merge with the entry and landing burns and things like that. We might have to change it for crew missions because this one is going to have 3-engine boostback burn as always. Those boostback burns are always with 3 engines. But the entry burn is going to be just a single engine. And the landing is going to be a 3-engine landing burn. Now, the way that they do the the 3 engine burns always, both for boost back burn, for entry burn, for landings, whenever they do it. It is they ignite the center engine and then 2 outer engines. So it's not directly 3 engines, it's 1, 3, and then for the shutdown process, they shut down the 2 outer engines and keep the center engine going a little bit, and then shut down the engine. Obviously for the landing, they shut down the center engine once they are landed, right? But it's gonna be very interesting to see that. You could see that kind of landing profile though on the on the side boosters of Falcon Heavy. When they return back to land, they land with that same profile. So they ignite the center engine, then 2 outer engines, and they slow down really crazy. It's actually probably Julia can tell better than me because I haven't been there. But if you are there in person, you can actually see that they ignite the engines way closer to the ground, and they slow down super fast because they are on 3 engines, and once they slow down enough, they go with just a single engine all the way to the pad. So yeah, we're gonna see that today.
You're right, Alex. That is exactly what happens. It's kind of cool because you expect to see it falling out of the sky, right? So you have your eyes trained thinking, okay, this is about where I should see it, and then all of a sudden it's just a booster flying out of just down. And then as it gets closer, just like on the drone ship, it does come in on an angle to the landing zone. So if it does need to abort, we've seen this before, right? We had a water abort in the past.
Was that on a CRS mission? I forget. Ooh, helicopter.
Ooh, helicopter. Alex, I can't remember. I think
what's the Falcon 9 that went into the drink? That was like a brand new booster too, wasn't it?
That was Sierra 16, B1056, I think was the booster.
I knew you would know.
And no, you cannot claim salvage on those. Yeah, it's been a while, and they're very hard to bring back. But
no, B1050. Excuse me, I was remembering other booster.
Oh yeah. Okay, I gotcha. So they do come in on an angle, and it's kind of crazy to see. It feels so very last moment when those engines reignite for the landing burn. And from most people's perspective, the legs don't come down until it's basically just at the tree line. So that those very last seconds come very fast.
Yeah, and for reference, the difference between a single engine landing burn and
Dragon
the
SpaceX,
3 engine landing burn
cycling
for boosters
orbit tank isolation valve
is
to equalize low flow pressure.
Dragon copy.
So the difference in altitude when they begin for the single engine landing burn, it is at about 2 kilometers more or less, whereas for the 3 engine landing burn, it's sometimes under 1 kilometer, which is crazy because it's really, really close. It's half the altitude.
Well, it sounds like they're cycling some valves.
Yeah, that is the sort of usual thing that they do with the valves, making sure that they work, they move as expected, so that there's not any issues later on.
I'm just glad there's no hydrogen involved today.
Hey,
and we don't.
Leak.
I was gonna say we don't want sticky valves because in the end, Florida, just as Texas is a humid place. So you want to have those last minute systems checks just because your booster has been out at the pad for a couple of days and humidity is real.
Yep. So cool to see that helicopter in the background, just really giving you a sense of scale of things. That's mesmerizing, wow. And you can see the Starship pad and the LOX tank. Still seems really close to 39A proper. But what
I kind of giggle at that angle though because it makes it look like just the angle that we're seeing as a perspective. It makes it look like it's just barely taller than Dragon, and it's very much lot taller than much taller and quite a bit farther away than it appears.
All right, well, we are about an hour to go until launch, and today we are launching 4 astronauts to the ISS, private astronauts on the part of Axiom, which is a private company. This is Axiom's second mission to the ISS, and the 4 astronauts are Commander Peggy Whitson. She'll be the first female commander of a private space mission as of this launch. She's had 665 days in space. That's the most of any American, and the most of any woman. 60 hours of spacewalk time across 10 EVAs, which is also a female record. That's insane. Just 60 hours floating around in space. So cool. She's commanded the space station twice and was the first female commander of the ISS.
Those days in space is actually the record for anyone that is not from Russia, basically, because way back when they had the Mir station, they had a lot of folks up there for a long time, so they had these 800 days in space or something like that. So for America, it was a little bit delayed there, but it's a lot of time in space there for anyone that hasn't been so much up there.
And next up, we have pilot John Shoffner. John is the only one of the 4 to pay for the flight. The price was undisclosed. He's a pilot with more than 8,500 hours of flight time. I believe he likes to drive race cars as well, which looks like, Nürburgring, if I know anything about driving cars. I think I've seen Top Gear a couple times. Over 3,000 skydives and base jumps, and met his wife on a skydive, which we were talking about that earlier. That's kind of wild. John, I know, is hoping to get kids excited about space as part of his flight, which is really cool. Also, we have 2 mission specialists on this flight. We have Ali Alqarni, who is a F-15 pilot, or former F-15 pilot, with 2,300 hours of flight time. 2,387 hours in an F-15 SA. Which is a lot of hours, needless to say. And he'll be the second male Saudi astronaut. And rounding up the mission specialists, we've also got Rayyanah Barnawi, who has spent more than 9 years as a research tech, working on stem cells and tissue re-engineering programs. So we've got 1 experienced astronaut on this flight, extremely experienced astronaut, and we've got 3 newbies. And this is the 0G indicator, which is Gigi, or Gigi? I haven't heard how it's pronounced, but it's Gigi. It's like a little bear dog, Build-A-Bear thing. I don't know, in an Axiom spacesuit. I don't know, have we come to a consensus on if this is a bear or a dog or what?
It's a bear. Build-A-Bear.
All right, fine. I'm kind of sad
it's that crew member
it's that cut and dry.
says.
Hey, Jack.
Oh, man. What's up, Julia?
You know what I'm excited about?
Are you excited that we're just under 57 minutes away from launch?
Oh, absolutely. I totally don't have a camera set up for it yet because I'm enjoying being on stream with y'all. But you know what I'm really excited about? That Rayyanah, she is the first Saudi female astronaut, and that she's going to have Peggy as a mentor. I mean, how cool is that to be with Peggy on your first flight? So I'm looking forward to seeing what she does with stem cell research while she's up there.
Yeah, that's a good shout. I mean, we were talking about it earlier. Peggy is so experienced, such a legend, has done so much. If I was going to be riding to space, I would absolutely want someone like that as my commander. And mentor too would be amazing. So that's really nifty. Let's see here. 55 minutes and 55 seconds to go. Let's see. Questions. Oh, here's one for Alex. The man, the myth, the legend is asking, what does it mean when Mission Control says Stage 1 FTS is safed?
Yeah, so that means that the AFTS is no longer going to be activated from that point on. So if the booster has any sort of failure in the way or something like that, it's just not going to be impacting anywhere where it might hit outside of the safety zones. So they can safely save, so to speak, the AFTS. Yep.
Makes sense. Musical Wolves with a super chat. Thank you there, buddy. Saying, should we start an NSF Dragon Crew Fund? I mean, that's a hefty fund, but I'm not going to complain. Wolfram, thank you for the support. They say, welcome aboard Dragon SpaceX flights. Make sure your trays are in the upright position. Also, please place your cell phones and cameras in airplane mode. Wouldn't it be space capsule mode? Thank you and have a nice flight. I love it. Please make sure your seat rotates to its full laid back in launch position. Stow your iPad for launch. Let's see here. And Smed's Pets is... Well, they gave us a super chat. I'm not sure what they're asking. Something about Clearwater, Florida. No idea. Let's see here. Lauren is asking, can y'all show or tell folks the expected trajectory, please? Julia, you want to tell us a little bit about what direction this rocket's headed?
You know what? That is the one thing I haven't pulled up because there's no drone ship out there. Usually, correct me if I'm wrong, Alex, but crew missions go northeast, right?
Yep, it'll go northeast, sort of hugging the east coast of the United States. Now, since this is not a night launch, it might not be that visible up the coast. Maybe way up there, because I believe this is going to be like 30 minutes or so before sunset on those regions, so maybe it's dark enough for them.
We're way far away from sunset. We're talking.
No, I mean on the north, up the coast, where sunset is. It's not that late as it is on Florida.
Oh yeah, orbital mechanics. Gotcha.
Yeah.
You gotta go way north for that to be a difference, though. Like Canada North, correct?
Well, I've seen people posting pictures of seeing, these ISS missions all the way from New York City. So it's all, yeah.
All right, chat. You tell me if you
challenge
live
for you
up north. Yeah, I got a challenge for you.
challenge.
Give us a base point if you live New York, Canada. Let us know what you see. Well, I'm guessing about sometime during second stage.
Yeah, because I do remember seeing like a shot of it was sort of in this sort of twilight time as well. It was for them, it was already dark enough that for them it was jellyfish effect, but it was already day, so it was daylight here on Florida, but it was, there it was dark enough for them to be jellyfish effect.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for Section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
Oh, it's Section 5 time.
Wilco.
Is that response Wilco? Or we're go? Let's see if we hear anything more.
Yeah, not clear.
It's still kind of mind-boggling that we can have rockets that go into space no problem, and the radio communications are often so, fuzzy and garbled.
Yeah, right now the teams at both Hawthorne, KSC, and also at Axiom, they're running the sort of go-no-go polls.
All right, then. Let's see here.
I believe we have
and SpaceX Dragon is go for launch of the Axiom Mission 2. Our presence here is a culmination of tireless efforts of thousands from all around the world. Without your support, this second private astronaut mission to the International Space Station would not be possible. Today, we stand on the threshold of a remarkable journey thanks to your unwavering spirit to explore beyond our home planet and the endless possibilities it enables. thanks to the teams that make up our very big family. Axiom Space, NASA, and the International Space Partners, and SpaceX. And with that, let's get to work and build some history together.
Wow.
There was a lot of emotion in that.
SpaceX copies all, Peggy. Great words. Looking forward to trying to get you up today.
Yeah, how do you even follow that? That was truly heartfelt.
Oh.
And that, yep, there's the 0G indicator. That's the bear, yes.
The cute bear. She loves the space. When she's interviewed, Peggy, it's always like, would you go to space? And she's like, yes. And she was asked recently on our interview whether this was going to be her last space flight, and she was like, I hope not. Because she's gone to space for so long. People are like, are you still want to go to space? She's like, yes, why not? She really loves this. She's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still just kind of at a loss to even say anything more about. That was a really beautiful little statement. And thank you, Alex, for letting me regain my composure for a moment there.
Don't worry.
Wow. All right, well, 48 minutes, 48 seconds to go. Let's send these 4 awesome humans to the space station. Why not? About how long do we have until fueling, Alex? About 14 or so minutes, somewhere in there?
Really, really soon, because now we should be with a go from the launch director, and then we'll see that crew arm retract and the launch escape system being armed. We won't see that because it's going to be, this kind of thing inside Dragon happening.
On countdown,
but yeah.
Polling go, no go for propellant load and launch. Indicate readiness in EPROC, step 55.78.
Here we go. Let's do this go, no go poll. I'm waiting for the go, no go poll. Hello? All right, well...
well, no.
We're not
this is
a
SpaceX. You're not going to get the go, no go poll. This is electronic. It's not old style.
Oh, okay. Let's see here. Mark Morton, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. Smeds, thank you for the support. They're asking if you can see the launch from the Gulf Coast. Probably. Like, it'll be very tiny, but probably. I have seen launches from Tampa before. Is Manuel still there, or has he moved? Is that him on the left? That's the only thing I care about in this shot. Let's see here. Mike, thank you for the support. They say, has SpaceX mentioned anything about wanting to do a human landing system test landing on the moon? I know we are far, far away, but do any of you expect them to? Yeah, I fully would expect a test first. I don't know, what do you think, Julia? Test landing for HLS on the moon, or will the first one be sort of all up?
Oh, I'm feeling like a test landing on that one. I mean, much like we built up to Apollo, I think this is something that we'll be building up to as well. Each mission being another step toward the ultimate goal, and I think in this case, maybe an automated landing and hopefully maybe return from the moon. Just kind of to prove, because I think we also need to prove that we can leave as little footprint as possible during that landing as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Lyle is asking if there's just one personal item we could bring with us to space, what would we bring? I would bring camera. Definitely would bring a camera. I don't know if that counts as a personal item or if there would already be one, but I would bring a camera and as many lenses as I could.
And I'm with
What would you bring?
I'm with you, Jack. I would bring a camera, and on my SD card, I'd make sure I had pictures of those folks who were near and dear to me. But if we count a camera as equipment, then my personal item, I'm not going to lie, is probably going to be a stuffed animal.
Oh,
operators
nice.
in Mission Control and Firing Room 4. Both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes, which is now, and remain in that state until the launch escape system is disarmed. All operators remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbital insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. Reminder on hold and launch escape protocol. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief CE or LD, and they will approve aborting the countdown. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort launch immediately and proceed into the launch abort auto sequence. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Finally, operators shall advise launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring for Dragon manual escape flight rules. Finally, regarding leak-through on the first stage ACS isolation valve, we will manually monitor the pressure in the manifold. Stage 1 will assess and at T-minus 35 seconds indicate whether the pressure rise is within the predicted range. If it is not, Stage 1 will call a hold on the countdown net. Are there any questions? Hearing no questions, launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
All right, we're about to see that crew arm move.
Questions?
It really just drives home that we are watching 4 humans launch into space today. It's not just a stack of Starlinks. It's not a whole bunch of small sats. So it's not anything inanimate. It is people. This is the cargo today. I mean, it's a whole different vibe at Kennedy Space Center on days like this, right, Julia?
That is correct, Jack. Basically, that T-minus 45 minute mark when
Oops, sorry, there goes the access arm. Go ahead.
Oh no! Oh, I see it swinging. That's. I mean, this is when it feels like this is the moment of no turning back. This is headsets on. Everybody, be attentive. T-minus 45, we're in lockdown. That means business. That means everyone is on their toes.
Yep.
And it is a different vibe out here. Satellites are one thing, humans are another. So it's a little bit different of an electricity, shall we say, in the air.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. We're doing something altogether different and more important right now.
One thing that the launch director mentioned there, which is very important, was the attitude control system on the stage 1 for return. The Falcon 9, it's going to be using its own board computers to track that, and it'll use, so if there was going to be any sort of abort due to that, it's going to be called at T-minus 35 seconds by the onboard computers. But we're not calling out anything like that. We're just saying that, that is in case that Falcon 9 finds out that it's not. Oh, there we go.
All right. We've got the Dragon capsule now access armless with the sneaky Starship tower in the background photobombing it.
At least we can see it. When they fly with fairings, we cannot see it.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for Section 6. Close visors and arm launch escape system.
All right. It is business time.
Go for Section 6.
Wow.
And SpaceX
just under
Dragon.
41 minutes.
Visors are closed, and we're arming the launch escape system now.
40 minutes to go. This is getting real. About 5 minutes to the start of propellant loading, And so that is why they are arming the not flight termination system, the launch abort system on Dragon. Let's see. Saturn Man, thank you for the support. T. Evans, thank you for gifting a red team membership. Drew Nar, thank you for the support. Yep, the crew access arm has been retracted. I think there was a small partial one first, where they like retract the skirt.
System is verified armed.
Okay, launch escape systems armed. And Natalie, thank you for grabbing something from the store. They say, from my husband Taylor. Thank you, NSF. Godspeed, Axiom-2. They got the Moon and Mars shirt. Nice pick. And they got the Starship Assembly shirt. That's a really good one. That's one of my favorites. All right, Alex, walk us through the timeline. We just saw the crew access arm retract at T-minus 42. Next up, and we heard that the escape system has been armed, so there we go. Make that green. And so next up, we're going to start loading LOX and RP-1 into the vehicle, right?
Yeah, so up next will be the launch auto sequence starts at T-minus 35 minutes. That is when the RP-1 load begins on both stages and the LOX load begins on stage 1. That'll go through at about T-minus 20 minutes. We'll see the stromback, the support structure on the side of the vehicle will vent. That's going to be the T-minus 20 minute vent. That'll be the sign that they have wrapped up the loading of RP-1 onto the second stage, and they're chilling down the pipes for the liquid oxygen load next at about T-minus 16 minutes. So that's going to be sort of the next steps that we're going to see here in just a few minutes.
All right, yeah, things start happening rapidly and in rapid succession as the vehicle gets fueled up and things get ready to launch these people into space. Brand new Falcon 9, looking great on the pad.
That's the Axiom mission control.
Nice.
At Houston, Texas.
I'm over here like looking at stickers on people's laptops, like, what do we got?
You can also see like a shot of the Houston Mission Control Center by NASA on one of the screens.
Oh yeah, it's like a mission control within a mission control. We're getting recursive here. All right. Wolfram gifting 5 red team memberships. Thank you so much, buddy. We really appreciate that. If you just got a gifted membership from Wolfram or any of the other people that have been doing that, make sure you thank them in chat. And enjoy your perks. Let's see here. Mike Gardner is asking, what is the round tower atop the crew tower? What is its purpose? Julia, what's that big white stick on top of the crew tower?
That would be a lightning protection rod, which has been hit not too many missions ago, actually. It does a very good job of protecting the assets on the pad from the Florida weather.
Yeah, and often the target for the lightning is not actually the tower itself.
It's those venting for propellant load. Expect loud venting.
It's the wires that it's supporting. Those catenary wires is actually what the lightning typically hits, right?
That is correct, and that would be the mechanism that holds them up. And indeed, that lightning will travel down to the ground so that it doesn't harm any electrical equipment on board. And indeed, it did its job. What was that, two launches ago at this pad when we had this sorely severe weather?
Yeah, that's the one where Max got the really cool shot of the lightning bolt, right?
Yes, that is my screensaver right now. But yes, and we were out here when it struck, and wow, amazing. And it followed right down that wire system. So we do also have a video, if someone can queue up a link, if you want to learn more about lightning towers.
I was waiting for it. Thank you for that. There is a video we did on the lightning towers.
Well, fun fact, my mom actually asked me that very question from a picture that I sent her.
Yeah.
And she watched the video and learned a lot. So I recommend it.
It's a good one. It's a really good one. We'll have to throw the link into chat. There it is. People know the command. It's !towers in chat, and it'll link you that video. Good stuff. Ted Parsons, thanks for the support there. So T-minus 35, we're basically at the point where propellant should start flowing, right, Alex?
Yeah, we should be hearing right now that call out of launch auto sequence as it started. That is when the fueling command starts.
Excellent. We'll start to see this rocket get nice and frosty. Although it's a little bit less obvious on a brand new clean booster, right?
That is true, Jack. It is quite a magic trick when we have an older booster or...
Oh, there we go.
There we go, propellant load. It is kind of a magic trick when you take a veteran booster and make it turn like brand new because of said frost. But on these newer ones, it's a lot harder to tell. So we'll have to go by the venting.
Yes, indeed. All right, things are looking good. We've got propellant load underway. We've got a nice day. So yeah, this is for stage 1 that propellant is loading, as you can see from the timeline there on the left. Stage 2 LOX load and propellant load will be beginning in about 15 minutes.
Yeah, right now the only thing on stage 2 is the RP1, and stage 1 is getting both RP1 and liquid oxygen.
Oh, so stage 2 already has, I guess, yeah, because according to the timeline, it's RP1 loading, not specific to stage 1.
Yeah, it is RP1 on both the stages, and stage 1 is undergoing liquid oxygen load as well.
Excellent. Oh, here's one. X-Bar is asking if the Starship tower at 39A will require the lightning protection system like the 39A proper tower has. Would make sense, right?
I would sure hope that there is something, because it sits considerably taller. So if lightning's going to be tempted to go anywhere, it's going to be tempted to go to the Starship tower.
It is kind of wild. We were just talking about that lightning strike the other day that Max got a photo of. It's wild that it went anywhere else but the Starship tower. I mean, I guess there's a good amount of separation there. They're actually pretty far apart, but it's like lightning will go to the highest thing off the ground, and it's like the Starship tower is right there. So yeah, hopefully they do some mitigation. I know I talk about West Coast being best coast all the time, and I'm sorry. No, I'm not. But that is one thing I miss. We do not get good thunderstorms here in LA, at least not often. Although this year it's been crazy insane.
You're welcome to visit the best coast anytime, Jack.
Thank you. I demand cookies when I visit because you make delicious cookies, but I'll repay
Only
you in
if you
beef.
make.
Yes.
I was gonna say, you repay me in beef jerky or bacon, and we've got a deal.
How about bacon jerky?
I could go for that.
Let's see here. Just under 32 minutes to go. Propellant is flowing. Let's answer some more of your questions. If you have any questions, at NASASpaceflight in chat, and we'll see them pop up. Alex, this one's probably for you. John Murray is asking, at what point in the flight does the launch abort system become unusable?
Right. So we actually heard the launch director talk about that. So the launch abort system is active from the point that we saw before, where they said launch abort system is active, all the way till either the Dragon is in orbit, so right as the second stage shuts down its MVAC engine, or if they have a scrub and they have to detank. Once the rocket is fully detanked, then the launch abort system is deactivated. So once it is in orbit, it doesn't need the launch abort system because it's not launching, so it's deactivated. And in the case of an abort, and they don't, more like a scrub, I should say. In the case of a scrub, they detank the rocket, and once it is detanked, it's safe to do everything else, and so they can shut down, you know, the system.
Makes sense. Oh gosh. We have a poll in chat now. It's the best coast
Stage
poll.
1 cryohelium load has started.
What was that? Stage 1 cryohelium load?
Yeah, so I mentioned before that they were loading helium on the COPVs, on the bottles for pressurizing the tanks. They load, though, a little bit of that, and then once they are into this countdown, it is when they actually go and load colder helium that is called cryohelium. It is really, really cold. The other one is sort of at more or less room temperature in that case, and also for all the things that they do, like the attitude control system that we were talking about as well, that they had an issue with. Yeah, so right now that is what they're loading right now, that helium for pressurization at really super cold temperatures.
Gotta fill up the COPVs.
Yep. Thankfully, they haven't had any issues with those. They were a little bit of a pain back in the old days.
It's so wild thinking about that as the old days, but really, it's like ancient history at this point.
Over 200 launches ago.
That's insane. That is insane. Let's see here.
Oh, Jack.
What's up?
You need to say the last option on that poll on YouTube.
The best coast poll? It's East Coast, West Coast, Gulf Coast, or Yorkshire Coast. Which is amazing because it's landlocked.
You know, I'm still stuck on some.
You're stuck on what, Julia? I think we lost you for a second there.
Oh, shoot. Hi. So I'm still stuck on Alex's statement that was like 200 launches ago. Are you what?
Yeah, for everyone. Oh, we got some venting from the TE. That's what we want to see.
Woohoo!
Yeah, just a little bit.
But yeah,
I've seen a lot of launches.
It's a lot. I mean, for those that don't know what we're talking about, what was it? 200 launches ago, Alex? Was it CRS-7 or was it AMO-6?
AMO-6 was 203 Falcon launches ago. This is the 203rd launch since that failure.
That's wild.
That's just bonkers to me. I'm sorry. I've lived here for all of that now, so I never put it in a number like that outside of the boosters I've taken selfies, which was not from the very beginning, and that's well over 100 now. So,
but yeah, both of those failures, AMO-6 and CRS-7, were both COPV issues. So that's what we're talking about for y'all newbies.
I have a question.
Hang on.
I have a question for Julia. Oh.
Hang on. Chat is yelling at me because they're saying Yorkshire isn't landlocked. All right, I'm stupid. I'm a dumb American. I don't know good geography good. Me dumb, me not good. Okay, get that out of the way. Thank you, chat. Alex, go.
Julia, without looking it up, how many times has a SpaceX launched from LC-39A? Make a guess.
I couldn't even tell you, but I would say... Ooh. I would say about 98.
A little bit less.
Okay, wait. This one's a little less because heavy takes longer to turn around. Let's go for 72.
Ooh, almost. Close. This is the 65th flight from LC-39A by SpaceX.
Wow.
So 65 launches.
Cool. And I can still remember when there was the rotating service tower. And they were taking that down. And it looks so much different now.
It really is.
Wow.
Like, so much of the structure just removed. I mean, when you see the NSF intro, that first shot, that rotating service structure is, hey, this looks kind of familiar.
Hey, flyover time.
Yeah, right.
We should do it live.
Oh gosh, Scott Manley is in chat and says, as a child, I would go on holidays to a town on the Yorkshire coast. I'm dumb, okay? I'm sorry.
Well, he probably met Crispy.
Also, hello.
Hello, Jonathan.
We've got a frosty rocket. That's what we want to see.
Yep.
Robin Furbrush, thank you so much for becoming a PadRat member and for the super chat there. Let's see. Chicho is asking, do we know how much this mission cost, Axiom? Does NASA charge for crew to stay on the ISS?
Stage 2 cryohelium load has started.
And there we go. Stage 2 cryohelium load has started. Filling up the Stage 2 COPVs.
Yep.
So this question, who wants to take it?
Oh, the bugs.
Oh God, they're attacking!
Yeah, they're talking about the landing zone 1. That is the place the booster is going to go to after launch.
So, how much?
I was going to say that I don't think we know the price that Axiom is paying.
Okay. Well, womp womp. Sorry,
And yeah,
Chicho.
NASA charges Axiom for the stay on the ISS. What they normally do though is instead of like charging them via actual money, sometimes they charge services. Like Axiom will give them some sort of service to NASA instead, or NASA will give somewhere around that, and because usually it's easier that way rather than actually giving money to each other. Somewhat easier that way of
That makes sense.
Hey, yeah,
It's like a trade. Like I think Bigelow did some stuff like that where it was like, hey, we'll launch this payload for you if you do this science with it, or as like a deal. You don't have to pay for the launch, but you make the thing and we'll launch it, something like that. T Evans NC, thanks for gifting a Red Team membership, and Anonymous, thanks for grabbing something from the store there. They say this drone towel is not needed today, but prepping for the double drone ship landing upcoming. Oh, they got the drone ship towel. I love it.
I love my drone ship towel.
It's a good one. That's a really good one. All right, so we're coming up on Stage 2 RP1 and LOX load. And in just a few minutes, we're going to see the T-minus 20-minute vent. We'll talk about that when we get there. So be ready for that. Who wants to take the T-minus 20-minute vent speech? Alex, do you want it?
Sure, why not?
All right, stay tuned.
I'm the propellant load guy.
Everybody in chat should be riveted. You're also the timeline guru.
I have my own timeline even.
Fancy line drawing. Let's see here. Alex, since you're Mr. Numbers, how many crew launches has SpaceX conducted so far?
This is the 10th.
Wow.
So it's not a lot of crew missions compared, to other space programs, but it's a lot for private company. I mean, it's the only private company right now launching crew to orbit.
10 crewed missions. That's insane.
The 9th going to the ISS, because we had Inspiration 4, which was a free flight mission. So yep, kind of crazy.
Speaking
and it's
of,
been, I think, more than 40 Dragon missions already.
Wow, 40 Dragon missions. I mean, it speaks to not only the reusability of the booster itself, but the reusability of Dragon too. Let's see here. Got the timeline coming up again. Mark is asking, will any modifications to Crew Dragon be done before upcoming Polaris Dawn mission with the EVA? Do we know anything along those lines?
Yeah, they apparently are going to have like some sort of handheld stuff, like to for the astronauts to be able to help themselves as they exit the vehicle, because they're gonna be doing an EVA, and when you're out in space, you need somewhere to hold yourself so that you don't fly off, because otherwise, that would be very problematic.
Yep, that makes sense. I wonder if they're going to have like, well, here we go. Space Podcast is asking, will SpaceX add an RCS box to the front of or back of the spacesuits for Polaris Dawn, considering the crew will EVA? Give us a short answer because we're almost doing... Oh, nope, no answer. T-minus 20-minute vent. This is exactly what we want to see. This is a nominal part of propellant loading. Alex, tell us what we're looking at.
Yeah, so right now they have wrapped up the load of RP1 on the second stage, and they're chilling down the pipes all the way to the umbilicals on the second stage to, you know, once they flow liquid oxygen into the second stage, it doesn't just boil off and, you know, create any nasty stuff into your lines. You don't want that kind of stuff happening.
Stage 2 RP1 load is complete.
That's the call out. Stage 2 RP1 load is complete.
Excellent. So again, this is exactly what we expect to see at this point in the flow. We always talk about the T-minus 20-minute vent, and there you go. Just as expected. It's so cool to see the plume there, like, going through the tower. But yeah, Space Podcast asking, will SpaceX add an RCS box to the front or back of spacesuits for Polaris Dawn, considering the crew will be on an EVA, though they will be tethered? Have we heard anything about suit modifications or anything like that, Alex? I don't think so.
I think they are tethered through the umbilical on the thigh, but I don't think it's like an RCS box they're gonna wear. They have actual handholds and things like that for the crew to be able to be secured.
Okie doke. Alright, let's take another look at the timeline as we're under 20 minutes now. Just about 18 and a half minutes. Right now, we are at the point where they're about to start loading stuff, propellant into the second stage. Well, I guess oxidizer. RP1 is already in the second stage, so we're about 2 minutes away from LOX load on the second stage. Then at T-minus 7, Falcon 9 begins its engine chill down process. Then T-minus 5, Dragon transitions to internal power. At T-minus 1 minute, the computer takes over and does final pre-launch checks, and the tanks are pressed for flight. At T-minus 45, LD verifies we're go for launch. T-minus 3, engine ignition starts, and of course 0 is liftoff. So that's what we're looking at.
After liftoff, we're going to see a roughly 2.5 minute ascent into space. Max Q will come up at about T+1 minute. MECO will come, main engine cutoff will come at 2 minutes 26 seconds. That's when the first stage will shut down the engines, stages will separate. Second stage will light the MVAC engine. Meanwhile, the first stage is going to come back for a landing back on land. Boost back burn there with 3 engines.
That's like a 49-second boost back burn.
Yep, a 49-second boost back burn as the first stage is going back to land. Second stage is going to go into orbit. SECO 1, you can see there. Dragon will separate. The nose cone will open. But now, for this mission, the entry and landing of the booster is going to be a little bit different than we see normally. Maybe we could show here what normally that entry and landing burns look like.
See what you...
trying to do this.
Yeah, no,
the segue. I tried to do it like slowly.
No, we do have a shirt that shows launch.
Yep.
And entry and landing. Oh God, sorry, I just got something in my throat. There we go.
The plushies for Starship. Anywho, yeah, we're gonna see that right now real shortly. There you go. So normally you see on missions for the entry burn, we see 3 engines for the entry and 1 for the landing. It's gonna be reverted this time. It's gonna be 1 for entry and 3 for landing. We should be coming up here on the stage 2 LOX load.
Stage 2 LOX load has begun.
There you go.
That was really good timing.
Yeah, because I've already seen too many Falcon 9s, and I saw the T-minus 20 minute event stopping, so I already knew that we were gonna call out that.
But yeah, speaking of Falcon 9s, there's also metal prints of Falcon 9s. I really love the composite that Pauline did of the landing of the booster, showing the legs coming out. That is absolutely awesome. What a cool shot. All right. 15 minutes to go. Everything is looking good. We haven't heard any issues being called out. We don't think there's nothing going on with the weather, right, Julia?
Yeah, in fact, the sun has peaked out just a little bit more.
Look at that.
Oh, where is Das? What is Das doing right now? Also, where is he? Is he like floating up in the sky? It's kind of crazy.
He has been doing some stuff lately.
Go for it, Alex.
Maybe there's a certain video that is dropping real soon, right after Axiom-2 launches, which is gonna look into all the stuff that happened on Starship, both wrong and right, and what the SpaceX is doing right now to solve those issues. And I believe what we saw there was Das sort of experimenting on his own. We'll see that also on the video as well. So stay tuned.
Alex, I wouldn't watch the video after that announcement about the video.
Come on.
I'd be like, okay, I'm not gonna watch that.
We displeased him enough that he showed up. I'm scared.
I heard somebody say, where's Das at? We did the museum show earlier, and then I hopped over here to see what's going on with Axiom, and I heard my name. My ears were burning. So what's up, chat? How y'all doing?
It's like a genie in a bottle. Hello, Das.
You say my name 3 times, and I show up, and it's only 3 letters. It's easy. No, we had a ton of fun. We had an absolute blast recreating the Starship launch with a pressure washer in my backyard. Like, I literally made little slabs of concrete and grout and then put gravel and sand underneath it and shot it at like point blank range with a pressure washer, and it sprayed stuff up in my face. And we have a bunch of like slow motion and stuff like that of all the testing I did. I play Kerbal as well in the video, but it's an hour-long video. So sort of a big deal for us to release. Normally we don't do that, but it is releasing right after this launch. Hopefully Axiom-2 goes onwards, and at 6 p.m. Eastern in 37 minutes, we are going to release this embarrassment of me spraying things in my backyard out onto the internet.
No, it's going to be
it's not embarrassment. Okay.
No, launch status update.
Waiting.
Go ahead for update.
All right, Peggy. We are still tracking no issues on Dragon for today's launch. We have continued weather evaluations, and for your awareness, we are monitoring an anvil cloud that is moving towards LC-39A. It's currently 5 miles away, and it just needs to remain outside of 3 miles for launch to continue. The weather officer is going to continue monitoring this cloud and will continue to provide updates to the launch teams. How copy?
Dragon copies, no issues on the vehicle, watching the cloud. Thinking very dry spot.
Good readback, and just a reminder that for the Falcon 9 valve, the Falcon team is going to be performing that manual evaluation of the manifold pressure until T-minus 35 seconds, and if we do not pass those checks, the Falcon team will call a hold. If the evaluation passes, there will be no call made, and we will continue with the countdown. So again, at T-minus 35 seconds following the manual evaluation, if we do not pass those checks, the Falcon team will call a hold. But if there is no call, we have passed the checks, and we will continue with countdown.
Dragon copies, manual evaluation. We'll call a hold if it's not passing the checks. Expect no call if it looks good.
Good readback.
All right, there you go. Watching an anvil cloud about 5 miles away, needs to stay within or outside of 3 miles. But really quickly, Das, you went full practical engineering on that video. I mean, I really hope people enjoy it. Like you said, we don't normally do the longer videos. I'm excited to put this one out there and see what everybody thinks, and I think it's going to be a really good one.
Who made this thumbnail with the Starship that's the bottom of the pressure washer firing at my car?
I love it. You know what it needs, though? It needs more question marks.
A couple more question marks.
Maybe like an interrobang or two.
Oh, brother. Anyways, we're going to be doing like live chat. Like when it does the premiere, we're going to be like hanging out, chatting in chat. And it's an hour. It's like a feature-length hour-long thing. So a big deal for us to release that. I'm super excited about it. And I will be in chat reading all your comments. So anyways, I'll turn the show back over to y'all. And we will see if Axiom-2 gets on its way. Because there's a little fluffy cloud up there. Whatever shall we do?
Thank you for stopping by, Das. Let's get back into it. 10 minutes, about to be just under 10 minutes to go for launch. Julia, how are we feeling? Do you need to go operate a camera? Do you need a paper bag to breathe into?
I'd say paper bag to breathe into. I need all of chat to start thinking some happy thoughts because anvil cloud, what's the big deal? It's a cloud. There's no lightning. Well, what the big deal is that cloud could have lightning, and that cloud, if a spacecraft were to go through it, could create lightning. So we dislike anvil clouds within 3 miles of our launch pad.
SpaceX confirmed crew displays are configured for launch.
And SpaceX Dragon, we can confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
All right.
SpaceX copies. And on behalf of the entire SpaceX team, we are honored to have you aboard Dragon Capsule Freedom today on its next trip to the International Space Station and the second Axiom crew mission. We wish you a great mission, good luck, Godspeed, and enjoy the ride.
Love it.
Let freedom fly.
Oh,
that was awesome.
For the second time, I'm about to tear up.
Do you want to finish your thought, or do you need a moment?
No, I just love human space flight. We're good.
It's the best. It's the coolest thing a person can do is go to space. Really quickly, I do want to make sure everyone knows we appreciate the support. Jerwa, thank you for the support so much. Making a joke about microwave bacon, gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you so much for doing that, Jerwa. We always see your name pop up, giving us the support, so we thank you so much. And now 5 people can check out the member program, which we really put a lot of work into and think is awesome. Baz becoming a Red Team member, gifting a Red Team member. Jack gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you, Jack Wales. That's very awesome of you. Like, really, if you got a membership from Jack, be sure to thank him in chat. Not only because he has the best name, but also because he did something very kind. And really, if you just got a membership, make sure you check out all of the cool perks that we have, because there's some cool ones. I mean, even just the members emoji. Let me, in honor of the day, I will spam chat with a bunch of dragon members emoji, and I'll just say sorry in advance to our chat mods. Sven, thanks for becoming a Red Team member. Cameron, thank you for grabbing something from the store. They say airspace is clear. Go for launch. They got a spiral notebook. Oh, cool. And Philip, thank you for the support. They say thanks from Phil and Veronica. Thank you, Philip, so much. And Adrian, thank you for the support. They say keep up the great work. Well, thank you for saying that. All right. Seriously, thank you, everyone, so much. We love doing this stuff. And with your help and with your support, that's how we can keep doing it. So it really means a lot. All right, 7 minutes. 7 minutes to go. Can you feel the energy?
Oh boy.
I can feel the tension.
Yes, it's real.
And there's a helicopter, Jack.
Oh.
Close to us, and it's a Coast Guard helicopter, to be honest. It's kind of cool.
Coasties. Mm-hmm. Do we need to let you go and operate a camera, Julia?
My camera's right in front of me. I'm good, Jack, but thank you. Thank you for the offer.
Just making sure. Alex, what's on your mind?
Yeah, because we heard the call out of engine chill. I was going to say we're not chill. At least I am not chill.
Zero chill.
Boy.
But we're not Merlin engines, right now, so it's okay. All right.
We're just going to come up here on the Stage 1 RP1 load completion.
And then Dragon is going to transition into internal power.
Mm-hmm.
And then 4 people are going...
load is complete.
There you go.
There we go.
Oh, man. All right. 6.5 Pooty, thank you for becoming a red team member. Andre, thank you for becoming a red team member. And Sergeant Montgomery, thank you for the support to say my sister, Courtney Baker, is y'all's #1 fan. Oh. All right, this is really happening. Hopefully that anvil cloud stays away and they don't have any issues with that valve they were talking about. It's kind of adding a little bit of extra spice to this one. So, as you can see, in a moment we will see strong back retract. It'll retract first partially, and then at launch itself it performs what's called a throwback, where the strong back moves even further out of the way. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, also the call out of Dragon being on internal on the countdown. So we should see that as well.
All right, we're all ears as we're going to watch this strong back retract.
Yeah.
LSR, thank you for gifting a red team membership. Miss Jackie, thanks for becoming a PadRat member. And Roger S, thanks for gifting a red team membership. Whole lot of new members on this one. Thank you, everybody, so much.
Pressurizing for strong back retract.
All right, once again, I just want to quickly mention, thank you, Chris, in chat. There's an International Space Station pass over the UK starting at about T plus 20 minutes.
Strong back is retracting.
Wait, sorry. The ISS is T minus 2 minutes. So ISS is going to pass over the UK in about 2 minutes here. And Dragon should be visible over the UK at about T plus 20 minutes. We were talking about that earlier. So if you're in the United Kingdom, go outside and look up. Hopefully you have clear skies. Blake Alexander, gifting 5 red team memberships. Seriously. Wow. Like, thank you, everybody. And Ryan in our back channel reporting that it's cloudy. Alas. Sorry, buddy. All right, well, three and a half minutes to go. Alex, how are you feeling?
Super nervous.
Yeah.
Boy.
Julia,
right now with a strong back retracting and everything, swinging.
Julia, how are you doing?
I'm doing good. My best guess is this supposed anvil cloud is kind of, from my point of view at the press site, behind the VAB. I'm watching things kind of slowly creep and wishing it going the other way. So that's my contribution right now.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
There we go. First stage is now fully loaded with propellants.
Excellent. So now they're going to top off the second stage, and we'll see another similar vent to the T-minus 20 minute vent. Smaller, but sort of the same kind of thing going on there, right, Alex?
Yep. Now important to get those final minutes down.
Dragon is in terminal count and is on internal power.
There we go.
All right, we haven't heard anything about the cloud, and we haven't heard anything about the valve.
Look at the water tower.
Water tower's overflowing. That means it's full.
It's a happy water tower.
Yep.
Sometimes water towers can overflow as a treat. It does it when it's happy.
Dragon SpaceX for weather. Looks like the system has cleared, and we're looking like we're go for launch for weather.
Yes.
There we go.
Go for weather.
All my wishing worked.
The dry thoughts worked.
Thank you, chat.
All right, minute and a half. A lot of things are going to happen in rapid succession here.
As cold gas meet.
Vehicle at about a minute in is going to go into startup. Computers are going to take over. All right, here we go. The water tower is overflowing. The vehicle is in startup. And we are ready to head to space.
SpaceX. Go for launch.
Dragon, copy. Go for launch.
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 15. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Engines full power. And liftoff, Falcon 9. Go Axiom.
Stage 1 Alpha.
Copy, 1 Alpha.
Together we expand what is possible in low Earth orbit. Ad Astra and Godspeed
Stage 1,
AX2.
Seconds into flight. A great view of Falcon 9 heading to space.
Power telemetry is nominal. Stage 1 throttle down.
Power telemetry nominal. We're into the throttle bucket as the first stage is throttle down power on the Merlin engines in preparation for max Q.
Falcon 9 is supersonic.
Faster than the speed of sound as we're getting great views from the first stage camera looking back at Kennedy Space Center at Complex 39A.
Stage 1 throttle up.
Max Q.
We're out of the throttle bucket.
Stage 1 Bravo.
Copy, 1 Bravo.
We're at full power and that call on 1 Bravo, that's another one of those abort modes. As we get higher and faster, the logic for Dragon should a contingency occur changes from stage to stage.
Impact chill is underway.
Is that a shadow on the clouds?
We're getting the turbo pump on the second stage engine cooled down in preparation for its light up coming up in just another minute from now.
Beautiful shot of Falcon 9 ascending. Look at that.
It's always great when we launch people into space.
And when we get a nice, clean, uninterrupted feed. And just being able to see the clouds recede, the ocean recede, the limb of the Earth appear.
And a view live of the crew inside Dragon. They're getting ready. We're going to get 3 events here. Main engine cutoff, stage separation, and then we're going to light the second stage engine. We've heard the throttle down in preparation for stage separation.
Eco.
2 Alpha.
Stage separation confirmed.
Copy, 2 Alpha.
And back ignition.
Stage 1 boost back startup.
All right, stage
watch the right-hand side.
Wow. The second stage engine. The first stage is into the boost back burn, working its way back towards Cape Canaveral.
Did you see the boost back?
Views on the left side, that's the first.
Seeing the boost back burn from the perspective of the second stage never gets old. That's
a view we cannot see from here due to those clouds. But Jack, can I tell you that those clouds did some amazing things for the launch sound here at the press site? I had my headphones on and I couldn't hear you guys through my noise canceling headphones. That's how loud it was.
Wow. Yeah, sometimes when the atmospheric conditions are just right, that audio can be extra special. That's really fun. Sorry it went into clouds for you guys, but it looked like it made some cool lighting effects at least. All right, you can go for it.
Boy, that flight is always amazing. We see there the booster has shut down on the boost back burn. It is deploying the grid fins. Boy, it's always...
Yep, now the booster will come back, and once again, it's returning to the launch site. This is the first time they've done this on a crewed mission, an RTLS with the booster.
There's the crew on the second stage, getting the ride into orbit to the space station.
They look like they're just hanging out. Like, Doesn't seem like it's a big deal. Might as well be riding an airplane. Just casually going 8,000 kilometers an hour. 169 miles above the Earth. So now's the fun part where we get to watch the first stage first accelerate as it continues to fall towards the atmosphere, and the second stage accelerate. Then the first stage was going to slow way down before finally landing back at the launch site. Julia, are you getting ready for the sonic booms?
I am. I'm actually showing some of our Axiom guests that are here on Cape where to go to see the booster come back.
Oh, nice.
But I will be heading up on the roof to try and get a better view.
Yeah, hopefully that audio that you got
Left
for
side of the
launch
screen,
being
you
extra
can see
good
the
means
first
the booms.
stage. It's now beginning to orient itself so that the engines are pointed down towards the land as we will be descending towards landing zone 1 in Cape Canaveral. The 4 titanium.
Yeah, so hopefully you get some extra good sonic booms in addition to your extra good launch audio. All right, second stage continuing to do its job. First stage continuing to fall back into the atmosphere.
Yep. We should be coming up soon into that entry burn with just one engine. It's going to be a weird one. Rather than 3 engines.
Single engine entry burn. Kind of quirky.
So far, good call-outs of good trajectory for the second stage and Dragon. So
excellent.
It's always good.
And they're just sitting there, casual as all get out. All right, there you go. That was entry burn on the first stage.
Yep.
Nice quick one.
And you can see that the speed of the first stage is not really that much. So you can understand why they can do that single engine entry burn, because when they do a normal re-entry for Starlink missions, for example, they're coming in at 8,000 kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
They were coming in at half that speed, so they are able to do that with just one engine.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is that because the boost back was so long, or?
No, it's because it's lower
inclination?
speed, just in general.
Oh, okay. There we go. Booster coming back. So cool to see Cape Canaveral grow in the camera view like that. And landing burn.
Look at that hover.
There's the booms. And touchdown. Booster 1080.
And there we go.
You make it look easy.
That was...
And there go the car alarms.
Wow, that was excellent. All right.
You could see the 3 engines on one of the shots. It's amazing.
So first stage is down. Second stage is wrapping up its work here. And that's what we want to see, an empty launch pad on launch day. Das's favorite shot. I gotta be careful saying his name. He's gonna appear back in here.
What?
Oh.
I'm always just a mute switch away, Jack.
I mean, I'm learning this. I should know this already. But yeah, we're coming up on second engine cutoff. And at that point, we'll wait a little bit, and then Dragon will separate from the second stage. There you go. Second stage engine cutoff.
It's always the confusing part of SpaceX launches because, there are still people in the capsule going the rest of the way into stable orbit, and the booster comes back and it's all exciting and there's sonic booms, right? But it's not mission complete until they've got that capsule in a stable orbit. Go ahead.
Look at them. There's smiles all across.
Yeah, they're feeling the weightlessness. You can see the zero-G indicator floating around too. I would be bummed out if I was in one of the seats that was not next to it. I'd be like, hey, throw it over here, because it's kind of on its little tether.
You feel like take your own zero-G indicator in case you don't get the official one.
Right. Das, somebody asked earlier if you could take one personal item into space. What would you take?
Sandwich.
Corned beef sandwich?
No, I'm kidding. I mean, one personal item, like, I have no clue. Like, every scrap of clothing you take would be cool, but I don't have, like, one awesome little thing here. I do have something in my wallet. Like, I used to go to, like, PAX, Penny Arcade Expo, and stuff like that, and I did my Kerbal teaching online, and I had a dad and their daughter walk up to me one day and give me a little drawing of a rocket, and said, we had to find you at the con, here's a little drawing of a rocket my daughter did, and we just wanted you to have it. It's literally a post-it note that I keep in my wallet. And so if I had one thing, it's a post-it note. Hopefully that doesn't count as my one thing, but I would take that to space, because it was really cool to have somebody walk up to me and say, we watched your show on Twitch, and we drew this drawing of a rocket for you, and hand it to me. It's still, I have it in my hand right now because I had my wallet on my desk. So there you go.
That's amazing. And heartwarming.
Yeah.
Somebody in chat says they would take their dog. I guess that would count as a personal item.
Depends on how much the dog weighs.
But then you don't have any food or anything for the dog, because that would also be a personal item. I love that they're all just experimenting with weightlessness. This is amazing.
They dropped. I mean, I guess you didn't drop something, but somebody lost something in the upper right there.
Welp. They'll find it later.
We see a lot of Falcon 9 missions, but this is definitely tops any of those, because there's humans. It's amazing.
Hope had to grab the tablet stylus there to draw on the tablet, the knee-top tablet, it looks like.
Right. I mean, it goes to show why things are tethered down the way that they are, because they will float away.
Yeah. You have the two people in the side seats there that, like, don't get the entertainment console in front of them. I mean, the super important spacecraft controls.
You mean
lean over into their
Alexa?
Yeah.
You gotta wonder to what extent the people are like backseat flying. I guess it wouldn't be driving. Backseat flying. Be like, no, don't press that button. Press this button. Like, come on, I am the commander. I will turn this capsule around and take us home, and no Disneyland for anybody.
The seats are like back a little bit, so you couldn't reach if you wanted to. Like the two, not shotgun seats, the side seats, right? Look at that.
There we go. Drag and deploy. That looks good.
So that's the trunk, right? Like they don't need to take that with it. That is the trunk that's leaving, right?
Yep, we're looking up into the empty trunk.
Yeah. So it's got the fins on it that are stabilization parts for a abort, if I'm not mistaken, but there's no cargo in the trunk here, and so why drag it to the space station with you?
No junk in the trunk.
Is that what is this camera? Hang on.
Chief Engineer
it's turning sideways a little bit. Look.
It was a phenomenal ride.
That's got solar panels on it, Jack. That's the Dragon.
Yes. We're looking at the solar panels are on the trunk.
Share the joy of zero-G with your crew.
You can see there the...
We will do that.
The space was black, and the space around it was black, and I thought we were looking through something at first.
You can see Dragon's Draco thrusters
No,
activating.
that's Dragon separating.
Yeah, and then it tilted sideways, and I'm like, wait a second, that's solar panels on that thing.
You thought we ditched the trunk. No, we haven't ditched the trunk yet.
I thought we had already, yeah, I was like, wait, well, why are they doing that right now? But whatever. I thought I was looking right through it because it was all black.
All right, now let's try and figure out what model iPads these are. I'm kidding.
Dragon copies.
All right, great news there to let us know that the hooks, there are two sets of hooks.
Bermuda.
Two sets of hooks that are now disengaging, and once that is complete, we are able to deploy, open the nose cone.
All right.
You can see the thruster firings there. That's the Crew Dragon priming its thrusters, making sure that they all work accordingly. It's really neat seeing those pushes all the way.
Is the yaw
looks like
there
an
sort of
actual dragon.
Is it intentional how it sort of yawed to one side, or is it not? Is that just an artifact of the thruster priming, or what?
Yeah, it is. It is sometimes. Yeah, most of the times you can see that. It is also probably the second stage turning away, because it usually rotates as it, it's already left Dragon in orbit. So, okay, bye-bye. It's my time to go away. Because now the second stage is gonna do its deorit burn, and burn up in the ocean. So over the ocean, I mean.
For a little while there, they were like using the second stage looking up as a camera platform almost.
Yeah, that's one heck of a camera platform.
Yeah. I still think that SpaceX or spacecraft should have little camera drones that fly away from the spacecraft and view it from a third-person perspective.
Yeah, that was something. What was it? China did that with like a lunar rover and their lander. They had like a little camera ball that.
Yeah, dropped a camera or something. Yeah. I think
such a cool way.
They need to do more stuff like that, like just interesting shots that haven't been done before.
Oh, that reminds me that Polaris Dome is gonna have a free flyer camera.
See, it should. That's a good idea.
So that's a great idea. Not good. It's like a heck of a great idea.
Surprised they took our advice
more
so quickly.
Of those. Yeah, we want more of those.
Oh, we got our American flag waving and the countdown clock there, and then some SpaceX hosts on the side. Well, you don't listen to the SpaceX hosts a lot, but sometimes that's just the feed. Wait, what is this? I'm not a SpaceX host.
But you're an NSF host.
Kind of.
Well, who knows? We're having a lot of NSF folks are going to SpaceX.
This is coming up in 7 minutes. We normally don't have like one show after the current show, like an actual network, I guess, right? Like normally it's like, okay, the stream's over, everybody go home, but this is like premiering in what, 6 minutes now, and I get to see what the world thinks about me spraying a pressure washer in my backyard.
I'm sure no internet experts will have anything to say one way or another whatsoever. It'll be completely unremarkable from the comment standpoint.
I hedged my bets in some places, Jack, and I actually like said, well, here's the spot where all the armchair rocket scientists are going to tell me I'm wrong, because I figured that people would be chiming in with their own opinions of things. So it'll be interesting to see what folks' reaction are to this. There's a lot that sort of goes into it or doesn't go into it. Like I didn't actually have rocket engines. I actually want to do one with real rocket engines, but
do it.
I didn't find any Raptors that fell off a truck going from McGregor South or anything like that. So
given the state of Highway 4, I'm kind of surprised you didn't.
Yeah, just stay next to a big pothole on Highway 4 and wait until a Raptor falls off a truck.
Yeah, right. For real, this video is going to be really good. I'm excited for it.
Hey, wait, okay, time out. We can go back and forth between these things. Which thumbnail is more interesting for a video? As the Axiom-2 mission continues on its way, is this an interesting thumbnail, like me with the safety glasses on and a Starship with some question marks? Or can we go to the other one? I don't know if this is going back and forth automatically.
Somebody in chat said giant DOS, and I can't unsee it.
Yeah, okay, here we go. Like no DOS on the thumbnail. Like this is yet another Starship thumbnail, right? I'm reading chat right now. Which thumbnail would you be more interested in actually going to click on? One with me in a pressure washer, or one that's just more shots of Starship?
I'm not gonna bias chat for once. I'm gonna let them decide.
You can't say that one. Like I don't know which is which. Like there's a lot of DOS thumbnails, and look at that. Okay, well, there's a lot scrolling.
Wow, people have strong opinions about thumbnails.
Yeah, that's not a scale, 1-to-1 scale. It's actually the art of Photoshop there. We should do a poll. Oh, look!
Someone did a poll.
Oh, here's another thumbnail. This is the actual thumbnail I think we went with.
Oh, I kind of like this one because just the look on your face is like, yeah, we have to talk about this because it happened.
We did.
It's like for real mad dad vibes. Like, oh, I just got a bad report card.
I don't think anybody is going to know what is on the right-hand side. Like, once you know what it is, it's a pressure washer nozzle firing at some, like, red dirt, right? But I think people on YouTube are going to see that and be like, what the heck is that?
Well, that's what we want,
Maybe
right?
that'll make them click. I mean, they want to know.
Maybe so. We have 617 replies, and we're 81% DOS on thumb. Not that this was a scientific poll, because the no DOS says sad noises. So clearly the pollster influencing the votes here. Thanks, Chris. Anyways.
For the record, I vote Team DAS on thumbnail.
Okay, so pressure washer, like my photo of dirty safety glasses there, or thumbnail of me looking disappointed at SpaceX's launch attempt?
I like the disappointed one, honestly.
The disappointed. I should have done more of a photo shoot. Like, I was absolutely soaked. Because the whole thing was seeing if it would spray stuff back at the bottom of the rocket if you hit a high-velocity fluid that broke through a hard layer into a softer layer. That's literally what I was doing, right? And I put a hard grout concrete, it was grout, mixture on the top, and then I put a soft layer of sand and gravel below it. And I sort of like studied what happened when the pressure washer hit the hard surface, and then what happened when it broke through and it hit the softer stuff, and did you get a difference in how that was ejected back up into the bottom of the Starship? And no spoilers, you'll have to watch the video coming up, but it's ridiculous.
You're spoiling.
No, I'm not. No, you have to watch the video. I'm just doing the setup. This is the setup. So anyways, that's what's coming up here next. I spent a ton of work on it. It's DAS appointed. Yes. Thank you. Mark T2 says that it's DAS. That's my DAS appointed face. You got it. But that's what we're doing next. It's pressure washing in the backyard, looking at the physics of what happened with Starship. There was a ton of interesting things to look at, actually. Like, I won't say what they all are, but just watching it in slow motion, we have some 960 FPS slow-mo in there, and seeing the interaction of the particles and the debris and stuff like that in slow-mo is really illuminating, especially, watch, when the rocket starts to leave the pad, you should watch it how it changes. Because the whole interaction of the whole launch pad and the debris field changes when the rocket starts to lift off. And it's blazingly obvious in the video that we're going to be playing here coming up shortly.
Yeah, like a minute and a half.
Oh, is it really a minute and a half?
Yeah, we should probably start wrapping up.
Well, Jack, you wrap up faster than I do, so you do that.
Oh, God, the pressure's on me now. All right,
the pressure washing's on me, so anyways.
Well, with that...
Oh...
Yeah, I can't. My brain. Okay, so that video is going to be happening here in like a minute. So let's all get ready to head on over and give that a watch. Like Das said, some of us will be hanging out in chat and discussing it. But yeah, 4 people on their way to the ISS. 3 rookie astronauts and 1 very, very, very experienced astronaut on behalf of Axiom for Ax-2. So that is what we just watched.
It's orange! Orange 25! Oh my god! Oh my god! Décollage! What is it? Put that in the big bag,
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If there's methane, it would be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You read? Sure. We don't need any more of these.